1 System Activation. I am Indra. New book asks for a wave of collections, a wave of flowers. Darkness shrouded the earth, and above the sky, thunder and lightning met, pouring rain. Above a certain canyon, under the handover of thunder and lightning, the underground corpses are looming. The rain was mixed with blood and dyed the entire canyon red, which made people look shocking. Those who knew what happened here were probably the only survivors. Click, click, click. The 2 seriously injured survivors supported each other and prepared to leave this shocking canyon. It's so cold. Do you think we can get out of this canyon alive? It's definitely possible, not far away. I know where there is a cave, we can go inside to hide from the rain. Suddenly, at this time, a white light descended from the sky, illuminating the entire canyon. After just a few seconds, it disappeared. What was that just now? Is it an enemy? A Senju survivor asked his companion suspiciously. Ha ha ha. Another survivor of the Senju clan laughed a few times. Due to the serious injury, he couldn't help coughing violently. After a while, he continued, "It's just a thunderbolt, I see you panic. Are you sure it's as simple as hitting a thunderbolt?" Kaido, a survivor of the Senju clan, was uneasy. "Don't think too much, let's hurry up, otherwise, we didn't die in the brutal war, but in the bad weather." Another survivor of the Senju clan said. "That's right, now they have been seriously injured, and although they are weak, in addition to the harsh and cold weather today, even if they survived the brutal war, they may not be able to survive in this harsh weather." Cough cough. Not far from them, a coughing sound reached the ears of the 2 Senju clan. "Anyone still alive? Is it an enemy or a friend?" The mood of the 2 survivors could not help but tense up again. Listening to the coughing sound is a person, and he must have been seriously injured like me and survived. "That's right, let's go and see. If there is a survivor of Uchiha, we will wipe him out immediately." Brush, brush, brush. The bean-sized raindrops kept hitting a young man lying on the ground at the moment. He was wearing a loose white shirt with 6 black hooks printed on his chest. The wet brown fluffy hair was soaked by the blood mixed with the rain from the ground. I saw his eyelids trembling a few times, and he opened his heavy eyelids. At this moment, a drop of water the size of a pea hit his eyes. Oh! He quickly stretched out his hand and gently rubbed the eye that was hit by the rain. A slight pain was transmitted to his brain. Ding! Overlord system starts. Host, Atsutsuki Indra. Age, 8 years old. Anything that is currently awakened is being eliminated, everything starts from 0, and the talent remains unchanged. System. Hokage World. Become Atsutsuki Indra yourself? The system is something that Lingfei knew about her original world before her death. However, Lingfei never thought of all these incredible things. Since it would happen to him, he didn't know whether to call it lucky or unlucky at this moment. He glanced at the surroundings where he could not see his fingers, and the thunder and lightning roared in the sky. He tried to stabilize his emotions and asked the system, "I am Atsutsuki Indra now?" Back to host, yes. Hearing host's answer, Lingfei couldn't help being touched at this moment. Who is Atsutsuki Indra? He is the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, not only was born with the eye of a fairy, the power and spiritual energy of chakra, but also fully inherited the excellent talent of Sage of 6 Paths. That is to say, the present era is still Atsutsuki Higoromo's. As for Hokage Ninja, Lingfei has seen it in the original world, but the basic plot has almost been forgotten, and what has not been forgotten is only the one that left a deep impression on him. No, the current era is not that of Atsutsuki Hagoromo, but the Sengoku era of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. The Sengoku era? You brought Indra here, and Uchiha still exists. Indra smiled wryly. What happened in the past still exists. As for the current body of Atsutsuki Indra, it is just a big gift from this system to host transmigration. Suddenly, just at this time, despair, despair, despair. Behind Indra, footsteps were heard. The new book is uploaded, ask for some flowers, the monthly pass is good. Asterisk. To the pit father system ran away. New book for collection. Indra turned his head subconsciously and looked behind him. Under the handover of thunder and lightning, the two figures who supported each other loomed towards him. Who? Wouldn't it be so unfortunate, I just met an enemy? Indra felt a little uneasy. After all, he just knew that he had crossed into the world of Hokage. He didn't know anything about chakras condensation or the knot before the surgery. Although I said that I have watched other ninjas in the anime Hokage ninja release ninjutsu, but who would have thought that I would need to use it one day? Who's where, come out for me. A survivor of the Senju clan shouted towards Indra's back. Indra stood up slowly. Because of the night, the Senju clan could only see clearly with both eyes. In front of him was just a child, but his appearance was not very clear. Children? Do we have children joining us in this war? The Senju family man asked the other. Another man thought for a while, then slowly shook his head and said, no. Then say. Yes, if we guessed correctly, he should be sent by the Uchiha clan. Haha. One of the men sneered a few times, and then went on to say, Uchiha has nothing to fight anymore, since the child has been sent to the battlefield so soon. It seems that the war with Uchiha is about to come to an end. Another man chuckled. Since we already know, he was not sent by us, let's get rid of him. Facing the child in front of them, the Senju clan did not relent, because their patriarch Senju Butsuma once said that in the face of the enemy, even if the opponent was a child, he would kill them without hesitation. These ruthless actions are showing his strong sense of responsibility. What he sees in front of him is not a tree, but a forest, and everything is a judgment made for the overall situation. Otherwise, what used to be no threat to you will become your biggest threat in the end. They have always kept in their minds what Senju Butsuma taught. At this moment, Indra also felt the killing intent of the two people in front of him, and he carefully looked at the two people. Our chakra has been exhausted, but I believe that he is just like us. Even if the chakra is not exhausted, there is not much left. The Senju family man said in a deep voice. Well, so, we can only fight with him. 2 jonins and a child are more than enough to do bodywork. After all, the two of them endured the pain and took heavy steps. Although they were seriously injured at the moment, their speed has been reduced a lot, but in the eyes of ordinary people, this speed is extremely fast. But, unfortunately, what they met at this moment was not an ordinary person, but the ancestor of the ninja, Atsutsuki Indra. Seeing the two tiger-like men rushing towards him, Indra subconsciously jumped back and ducked easily. After the two men dashed to the air, they did not stop, and then jumped again and continued to dash towards Indra. Brush brush. The two fists quickly moved towards Indra. Indra dodged the fists in a flash. The next moment, he stood up and kicked one of the ninjas. He quickly blocked Indra's feet with both hands, but was kicked away by the gravity of his feet. The moment the kick flew into the air, the men of the Senju clan quickly flicked their hands, and the kunao in their hands flew out towards Indra. Seeing this, Indra quickly flipped back a few somersaults. Laugh. Kunao is stuck on the ground. This kid's actions are really beyond our expectations. The Senju family man said in a deep voice. Originally, they thought that they could easily get rid of the child in front of them, but they didn't expect it, and it was often the opposite of what they thought. Yeah, are the children of the Uchiha clan so strong in physical skills? Another man also sighed. If this person is not removed, it will definitely pose a huge threat to our Senju family in the future. So, today, I will try my best to kill such a child. Chakra agglomeration method and seal method are being transmitted for host. Congratulations to host for getting the Hokage package. After the transfer is completed, the system will leave the host within 1 minute, and when the time is ripe, the system will be activated on the host again. What? Leave? Indra was a little stunned at the moment. The new book asks for a wave of collections, flowers, and rewards. Various requests. Asterisk. 3 Heavenly Killing System. The author kneels and begs for a wave of flowers, monthly tickets, rewards, and collections. In the novels he has read before, he has never seen any system, but he will leave if he has not read it. Isn't this a fool? System, wait, aren't you kidding me? You kidnapped me to this place, but you ran away. Indra couldn't help complaining about the system when she heard that it was about to leave. After Indra's voice fell, the system did not answer, and it was estimated that it had already run away. After a while, Indra couldn't help laughing bitterly. This system is definitely the most annoying system he has ever seen. Fortunately, when he came, the system had already given Indra's body, otherwise, he would use his own body to travel to the world of Hokage, and he was probably killed, and he didn't even know how he died. Boom! In the second that the lightning flashed, dozens of black shuriken fell from the sky. The second the shuriken pierced the air, Indra quickly flipped back a few somersaults. Da-da-da. Suddenly, dozens of shuriken appeared in the ground, deeply inserted into the ground. It's now. A Senju clan man in front shouted loudly. It turned out that just now, one of the men from the Senju clan, with the help of his companions to launch an attack, and against the backdrop of the night, sneaked behind Indra. Want to take this opportunity to attack Indra? But what they never imagined was that Indra had already found out when the man acted. Shhhhhh. Indra made a seal with both hands in a second, and said softly, lightning style. The principle of lightning style is to concentrate chakra on a certain part of the body or the whole body, and then generate lightning through nature transformation to perform ninjutsu. With a screeching sound, a cloud of blue and white lightning flew towards the Senju clan man who had attacked him. Boom! A mass of charred corpses fell directly to the ground. He couldn't even feel the pain, and he was already dead. Luo! The remaining Senju clan man shouted hoarsely. Shhhhhh. Lightning style snake technique. Indra made a mark on both hands again, turning into a lightning bolt all by herself, and instantly came to the back of the remaining Senju clan, heavily on his abdomen, and punched him fiercely. Hey! The man's throat was sweet, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, followed by flying upside down for several meters. With a bang, he fell to the ground. They didn't think until the last moment that their lives were about to be ended by a child. Cough cough. The man from the Senju clan was lying on the ground sluggishly, and while coughing, bright red blood kept pouring out of his throat. Da-da-da. Indra stepped lightly, slowly approaching him. I really can't believe that the children of the Uchiha clan can be so strong. The man looked up at the sky, watching the looming thunder and lightning, and smiled bitterly. You may be disappointed, I'm not from the Uchiha clan. Indra said coldly. What? The man was startled for a moment. Not from the Uchiha clan? Would that still be the family's child? For a while, the man couldn't imagine that besides the Uchiha family, there were also children from that family who could be so tyrannical. The moment you kill me, you should think about your own fate. Indra raised her fist. Scoff, scoff. Blue and white thunder and lightning gathered on his fist. Who are you? The man asked even at the last moment. It doesn't matter who I am. Indra said softly, shaking her fist. With a snap. After passing the surrounding, everything quieted down again, only the rain continued to fall, and thunder occasionally sounded above the sky. Indra looked up at the sky. He knew that from today onwards, Killing will be a regular thing in the days to come. He gritted his teeth and didn't forget to complain, I have never seen such a crap system. Suddenly, he seemed to suddenly remember that before the system took it away, he seemed to have given him a gift called Hokage. However, the next moment, he was a little confused. What about things? Where did it go? Indra felt that it was very likely that he had been trapped by the system. Goddamn system! Indra muttered. The sky was getting brighter, and the downpour that had been raining all night finally stopped. At this moment, Indra was stunned when she saw the scene in front of her. For that child is in danger. The entire canyon was dyed pale red, and the corpses were piled up like mountains. Their faces were so white that their scalps were numb. Looking at this scene, Indra couldn't help being touched. He knew that in the Sengoku era, the average life expectancy of ninjas and commoners was only about 30 years old. One of the important reasons for the decline in average life expectancy was even young children. They also have to go to the battlefield, and a large number of children died on the battlefield so easily. What a terrifying number this is. Huh. Indra sighed softly. Now, he must find a place to live and cultivate safely. Otherwise, even if you are Indra, the ancestor of the ninja, you will still be knocked out. Shenkang system, the Hokage Sengoku era of Shenkang. Indra muttered helplessly. After half a day. Indra has been searching for a habitat along the road for a long time. Along the way, I have not seen any ghost villages, but I have seen a lot of skeletons. He lay under the tree, eyes closed, and rested. I don't know how long it took. Dong dong dong. The sound of heavy footsteps woke Indra. Indra quickly stood up, and looked around vigilantly. There's not going to be a war around here. Indra muttered. Dong dong dong. The sound of heavy footsteps was getting closer and closer, and Indra couldn't help frowning. How could she be so unlucky? She just ran out of the pile of dead people. Before half a day had passed, he let his own struggle again. Rustling. Suddenly, in the grass, a huge wild boar rushed out, and behind the wild boar, there were several children desperately chasing, shouting loudly. Cute little pig, don't run. Brother, do you think braised is delicious, or is it steamed? A little boy asked the older boy while chasing. It's delicious, as long as we can't let him run away. Senju Hashirama whispered. Don't worry, big brother, it can't run away. Indra was relieved when she saw the scene not far away. She originally thought that there was a battlefield nearby, but she didn't expect that it turned out to be a few children, chasing a wild boar. Hoo hoo. After the wild boar roared a few times, it suddenly stopped, turned around, and rammed into the men behind. This sudden scene scared the Senju Hashirama brothers who were chasing the wild boar. Tobirama, Banma, Tama, be careful, he's coming towards us. Senju Hashirama shouted subconsciously, then jumped quickly and jumped onto a big tree. Brush brush. The rest also jumped up quickly. They didn't dare to face such a huge wild boar. His pair of fangs was no joke. Dong dong dong. The wild boar kept hitting the tree they were standing on, trying to enter Senju Hashirama, and they were shaken off. Big brother, look at him squeaking. If we hadn't run out of chakra, I'd burn it in red. Senju Wajian shouted. Seeing this, Senju Hashirama couldn't help frowning. He had just chased after him all the way. At this moment, his chakra was running out, and he couldn't face the wild boar. This might be a joke. Originally chasing after him, he wanted to wait for him to be exhausted, but he never imagined that he suddenly turned around and aimed at himself. It seems that the fire and steam are gone. Senju Hashirama said softly, and then sat on the branch. The tree was huge, and Senju Hashirama was not worried at all that the wild boar could knock it down. Dong dong dong. The wild boar bumped a few times, raised its head again, and shouted towards Senju Hashirama and the others. "Stinky wild boar, come up if you have the ability." Senju Itama made a face at the wild boar below, sarcastically. Seeing this scene, Indra chuckled lightly, and didn't plan to stay any longer. She turned around and was about to leave. Stepping on the dry leaves, he made a rustling sound. The wild boar's ears twitched a few times, and then he turned around immediately. When he saw Indra, he ran towards Indra like a madman. "Woohoo!" the wild boar roared. Senju Hashirama saw this scene, his face changed, and he said solemnly, "No. The wild boar hit the child, let's go save him." 5. The Senju Clan Modified Edition. The author is begging for flowers, begging for collection, all kinds of begging. After listening to his elder brother's words, the other brothers were stunned. Save. How to save? You can't protect yourself. Big brother, let's forget it. With our brothers, the chakra is almost exhausted, and we are just going to die when we go down. Senju Itama explained to Senju Hashirama. However, Senju Hashirama doesn't think like this. If he hadn't chased the wild boar by himself, the wild boar would not have come here. If the wild boar had not come here, this scene would not have happened. Senju Hashirama pondered for a while, then said to their brothers, "Then you stay here, the elder brother can go down alone." Big brother. Before the others had finished speaking, Senju Hashirama said in a deep voice, "Go." After saying that, Senju Hashirama jumped away and quickly chased after the wild boar again. What about the second brother? The older brother went alone. Senju Itama asked worriedly. He knew that with his brother's current strength, it was impossible to beat a wild boar. Yeah, big brother is really messed up. Senju Wajian couldn't help but worry. Senju Tobirama frowned and said solemnly, "Let's go and support big brother too." The other brothers nodded, agreeing with what Tobirama said. Immediately after, they all jumped off the tree and chased after Senju Hashirama. Despair! 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 Since Senju Hashirama shouted just now, Indra turned his head, heavy hoofs, getting closer and closer to Indra. He didn't panic, he still had confidence in dealing with a wild boar. "Dangerous, get up the tree," Senju Hashirama shouted at Indra as he ran. "That's too late." Senju Hashirama secretly thought to himself, followed by exerting all his strength, jumped up, and with a swipe, Senju Hashirama swiftly flew towards the wild boar like a sharp arrow. At this moment, Senju Hashirama is hoping that his speed can catch up and stop the wild boar, but it is obvious that some have more than enough power. Because the boar is not far from Indra. Lightning style. Indra muttered silently, and a cloud of blue-white lightning covered his right hand. He stepped forward, raised the lightning in his hand, and threw it towards the wild boar that was running towards him. In an instant, the blue lightning struck the crazy wild boar, and the lightning lingered in its body, paralyzing his whole body. Its body began to sway, and its center of gravity was unstable. The last end was inserted into the ground, and it was still moving. The loose soil on the ground was pushed into a ball by its head. He fell to the ground, his body still shaking. "Call out!" After Senju Hashirama was evacuated, he fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, he was shocked. The boy in front of him, who was about the same size as him, had killed this huge wild boar with one blow. After being stunned for a while, the other brothers of Senju Hashirama also rushed over and saw the wild boar lying on the ground, his jaw dropping in shock. The wild boar was knocked down by him alone. Senju Itama said in disbelief. Before, their brothers attacked together, but they were unable to defeat it and reluctantly drove it away, but they did not expect that the child in front of him was about the same age as his elder brother. Since it was defeated alone. "Boar yours?" Indra asked softly. Senju Itama was afraid that Indra would encircle the wild boar, so he said, "We saw it first, but you were the first to attack it. Itama. Senju Hashirama rolled his eyes at his younger brother who was beside him at the moment. After hearing the words Banma, Indra was stunned and asked, "You are the Senju clan?" Obviously, after Senju Hashirama heard Indra's words, he couldn't help but become vigilant and look deeply at the man in front of him at the moment. Because, in this era of Sengoku, in order to survive, their surnames cannot be revealed casually, but just as he just said 2 words, he guessed that the Senju clan of Mori. Who is this man in front of him? Enemy or friend? 6. The Uchiha family who suddenly rose up. For a while, Senju Hashirama really couldn't figure it out. After all, the man in front of him was too mysterious. He was about the same age, but his strength was much stronger than himself. Are you from the Uchiha clan? Senju Hashirama took a few steps back, looking at Indra warily. Uchiha. Hearing his elder brother's guess, Senju Hashirama's brothers all became vigilant. You must know that the Senju clan of Senzi are incompatible with the Uchiha clan. How could they not be vigilant when they heard their elder brother guess that he was Uchiha? If you are not careful, you will lose your life in minutes. To Senju Hashirama's question, Indra said calmly, "No." Even though Indra said that he is not from the Uchiha clan, Senju Hashirama did not let his guard down because of this and continued to ask, "Who are you then?" Indra thought for a while, then said softly, "Indra." Indra. Everyone was stunned for a moment and looked at Indra quietly. They had heard the names of many families, but they really hadn't figured out which family Indra belonged to. Indra nodded. "Which family do you belong to?" Senju Hashirama asked suspiciously. "It doesn't belong to any family." Listening to Indra's words, Senju Hashirama vaguely guessed that he probably belonged to those small families, or perhaps the son of a scattered ninja. Most of these ninjas originally belonged to some powerful families. Because of the war, some survivors survived and did not return to the family. Instead, they choose to live in seclusion, change their surnames, and avoid these wars. After a moment of understanding, Senju Hashirama has completely fooled Indra. Vigilance also slowly relaxed. "Indra, if you don't have a place to go, why don't you come with us?" Senju Hashirama asked softly. This is precisely an opportunity for Indra, because he is looking for a place to live that will help him practice. Under the protection of the Senju clan, he believed that he would be able to survive in the Sengoku era in a short time. "Big brother is right, if you don't have a place to go, you might as well go with us," Senju Tobirama added. Indra didn't think much of it, and nodded. After all, this is a very beneficial thing for him. After half an hour, under the leadership of Senju Hashirama's brother, Indra came to the Senju tribe. The buildings here are all tents. Obviously, this is not the headquarters of the Senju tribe. Around the tent, there were many wounded ninjas. Medical ninjas in white coats were very busy, and these wounded were the wounded ninjas in the Battle of the Canyon. When passing a tent, suddenly, a medical ninja in a white coat called out to Senju Hashirama. "Hashirama!" Senju Hashirama's group heard the news and looked over. "What's wrong, Sister Ling?" Senju Hashirama asked curiously. The full name of the name Ling's sister is Senju Xiaoling, a medical ninja, who was ordered to come to the front line to treat the injured ninja. Senju Hashirama's brothers call Senju Xiaoling Ling's sister, and of course they are afraid of her. Senju Xiaoling walked towards Senju Hashirama, without saying a word, grabbed Senju Hashirama's ear, and scolded angrily, "Why haven't you gone back? If the patriarch knows that you ran out secretly, you a few are not good fruits to eat." When Senju Xiaoling noticed that there was a strange child behind her, she froze for a moment and asked Senju Hashirama, "Who is he?" Senju Hashirama frowned with a smile and said, "Sister Ling, let me go first, I'm telling you." Senju Xiaoling glanced at Senju Hashirama and let go. Senju Hashirama ran to the back, grabbed Indra, took a few steps forward, and said to Senju Xiaoling, "Sister Ling, this is my new friend, Indra." "Indra?" Senju Xiaoling froze for a moment. "Well, I told you that he is very powerful. He killed a wild boar with one blow. If you don't believe me, see." Senju Hashirama pointed his finger at the wild boar behind the first tent. Senju Xiaoling looked at the wild boar not far away, and at the little boy in front of him, in disbelief. "How is it, isn't it amazing?" Senju Tobirama stepped forward and said with a smile. Asterisk. 7. The plan of the Uchiha family. At this moment, Senju Tobirama's eyes suddenly darkened, and he felt a slight pain in his ears. "Sister Ling, let it go, it hurts." Senju Tobirama shouted hesitantly. Senju Xiaoling glanced at Senju Tobirama, then let go of his hand, and instructed, "You guys, hurry up and get out of here, this place is very dangerous, do you understand?" "Sister Ling, we know, let's leave." Senju Hashirama put on a repentant expression. "Yeah." Senju Xiaoling nodded and took a few steps closer to Senju Hashirama, his expression suddenly changed, not to mention how terrifying his expression was. "If I know that you haven't left, next time, I won't forgive you lightly." Senju Hashirama was frightened and quickly took a few steps back, swallowed hard, and nodded desperately. "That's good. Big sister has other things to do, so I'll be busy first," Senju Xiaoling said calmly. When he turned around, he gave Indra a deep look, but left without saying anything. Snapped. Senju Hashirama put his hand on Indra's shoulder and said with a grin, "Don't be afraid, don't look at Sister Ling's fierceness, actually, it's been good to us." "Really?" Indra nodded, not daring to be interested in Senju Xiaoling's affairs. "So, are we going back now?" Indra asked. "Idiot, we're not going back, we have to stay and help." Senju Hashirama clenched his fists and said excitedly. Hearing this, Indra was a little puzzled. Indra still had some impressions of the original Senju Hashirama. He was the one who firmly opposed children going to the battlefield. Now, bring your own brother to the front? Could it be that because of his arrival, everything has changed? This is very surprising to Indra. At this moment, what they didn't even know was that the Uchiha family had sneaked into the forest not far from their tent. Most of the people in the tent survived yesterday's battle. If we are dispatched now, it is estimated that we will be able to annihilate them all in half an hour. A man from the Uchiha clan said softly. Uchihaji nodded, and then said, "That's right, if we attack now, we will be able to wipe them all out in half an hour. If we delay like this, things will not be so simple when the reinforcements from the Senju clan arrive. Since the situation is basically clear, let's attack immediately." Well, the mission starts, the first team is attacking from the front, the second team and the third team are flanking left and right, and the rest are with me in case they escape from the back. Uchiha said. "Clear. Okay. After 5 minutes, let's start." Uchiha dropped a sentence, and quickly led some Uchiha's men to run to the place behind the tent. Just like that, a battle is about to start. At the moment, most of the Senju clan in the tent were seriously injured because of yesterday's battle, and no more than 20 of them could fight. If Uchiha invaded, it is estimated that they might not be able to survive even half an hour. After a while, a sound suddenly broke the peace at the moment. "The Uchiha clan is here." This sound completely made the severely injured Senju clan despair. They had no ability to fight or escape. The only thing they could do was to wait for death. Under such circumstances, they couldn't help but despair. The people of the Uchiha clan were found in the front and on the left and right, and they were rushing towards us. A sound rang again. All the Senju clan who could fight also quickly took their weapons and prepared for battle. And those medical ninjas were ordered to retreat by the captain of the Senju clan this time, and one survived. After all, in this Sengoku era, the role of medical ninjas is huge. Hashirama. Senju Xiaoling panicked when he heard that the Uchiha clan were coming. Immediately following, she quickly ran in the direction just now, muttering, "Hashirama, Tobirama, Itama, you must not have an accident." Although it is said that Senju Xiaoling is not Senju Hashirama's sister, but Senju Xiaoling treats Hashirama as his own younger brother. New book upload, ask for reward, ask for flowers, ask for monthly pass, ask for collection. Asterisk. 8. When the battle begins, you step back. Naturally, you wouldn't want them to have an accident. At this moment, Senju Hashirama also heard the shouts of the Senju clan men. The opportunity is here, let's go help. Senju Hashirama clasped his hands and said excitedly. Okay, eldest brother, I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, the damn Uchiha clan, I must let him pay his debts with blood. Senju Tobirama said angrily. Wajian, you and Banjian are still young, hide in the tent, and I can go with Tobirama. Senju Hashirama said in a deep voice. Just at this time, Indra took a step forward and said calmly, you will die. At this moment, we don't even know how powerful Uchiha is, and attacking him rashly will only cost us our lives in vain. Don't worry, big brother Indra, my big brother is very strong. Senju Watanabe explained to Indra. Strong. Several people chased a wild boar, and then was killed by the wild boar. This kind of strength was very strong, and Indra couldn't help but smile bitterly. Perhaps, they were too naive when they were young, and they still didn't understand what the meaning of the battlefield was. The other party is the Uchiha clan, famous for Sherinan, who is good at one of the three major pupil arts. Sherinan is no joke. Da. Senju Xiaoling ran desperately, but he didn't expect that Senju Hashirama and his brothers were still around the tent at the moment. Immediately, my heart began to feel uneasy. Hashirama. Senju Xiaoling clenched his fists and shouted angrily at Senju Hashirama. It's over. Sister Ling is here. Seeing Senju Xiaoling rushing towards him, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but gasped, and was stunned. You idiots, didn't I just tell you to leave here? Senju Xiaoling came to Hashirama in the blink of an eye, but this time it was probably because of an emergency, so he didn't teach Senju Hashirama a lesson. The people of the Uchiha clan are here, and Tobirama and I are going to help. Senju Hashirama did not hide from Senju Xiaoling, but spoke his mind. The two of you are so weak now, and in the past you would just die in vain. Senju Xiaoling said solemnly. The Uchiha clan on the side rushed towards us. If we don't run, we won't have a chance. Indra added. Quick, don't say anything, run back with Sister Ling. Senju Xiaoling said anxiously. As soon as Senju Xiaoling's voice fell, Indra said in a deep voice, don't you feel strange? There are people from the Uchiha family in front, left and right, but not in the back. Senju Hashirama nodded, agreeing with what Indra said. Indra is right, maybe there are people from Uchiha who ambushing us behind. Senju Xiaoling started to panic. At this moment she really didn't know what to do. Brother, what should we do? Senju Tobirama asked softly. Senju Hashirama pondered for a moment, then asked Indra, Indra, what can you do? There are still ways, but there are still great risks. Indra didn't know why at the moment, she was in a lot of trouble, but she was calm. Let's talk, it's better than sitting still. Senju Xiaoling said softly to Indra. Indra nodded and explained, first, we don't know if there is an ambush by the Uchiha clan behind, so if we go one way, I feel the greatest risk. The second is that we are in the front, left and right. These three directions see opportunities and rush out. Of course, this risk is also great. Suddenly. Right at this moment. With a swipe, a man from the Uchiha clan wearing a loose black robe landed next to Indra, and then began to sneer. Hee, I never thought that there would be children here. In the blink of an eye, Senju Xiaoling pulled Indra and Senju Hashirama behind him, blocking himself in front, and said coldly to the man from the Uchiha clan. What do you want to do? What? The Uchiha man laughed lightly, and then continued, Isn't what you said nonsense? What else can you do other than kill you guys? Senju Xiaoling turned his head helplessly, glanced at Senju Hashirama and Indra, and said softly, Hashirama, Indra, Sister Ling is blocking you in front of you, run as you said. The Uchiha man grinned, waved the knife in his hand, and rushed over, saying, Do you think you can run? Die. New books for collection, flowers, all kinds of requests. Asterisk. 9. The shocked Uchiha clan. When he reached a certain distance, the Uchiha man jumped up, smiled horribly, and raised his long sword with a cold light in his hand to slash directly at Senju. Senju Xiaoling witnessed what was happening in front of her and didn't dodge, because the people standing behind her were all children. However, her idea was still too naive. Even if she blocked her way and was killed by the Uchiha men first, the Uchiha men would not let those children go. At this critical moment, Senju Xiaoling suddenly felt that something was pulling him behind him. In an instant, Senju Xiaoling was stunned, and her eyes flashed. Two children appeared in front of him, and these two children were Indra and Senju Hashirama. Come on, are you okay? Senju Hashirama clasped his hands and asked Indra next to him. You still worry about yourself? Indra sneered back. Get out of the way. Senju Hashirama shouted. Brush. Indra and Senju Hashirama hurriedly jumped, and the next moment, a cold light flashed, and the attack from the men of the Uchiha clan was gone. After the emptiness, with his years of combat experience, he quickly made the next move. Slashing at Indra instantly. Go to hell, ha ha ha. The Uchiha man showed a bloodthirsty expression while waving the long sword in his hand. Be careful, Indra. Senju Xiaoling shouted aside. Indra didn't panic either, and silently muttered, lightning-style instant body technique. Indra instantly turned into a blue and white thunderbolt, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared above the Uchiha man and kicked it. However, the Uchiha man leaned and avoided Indra's blow. Immediately after that, he quickly landed on the ground and sneered. It's useless, you can't avoid my eyes. As he said that, he raised his head slightly, his eyes suddenly turned blood red, and Shanguyu slowly turned. Indra was stunned for a moment, but not too surprised. He sneered at the man in Uchiha, and said, I just said, no wonder you can dodge my blow. It turned out to be Sharingan. The most ironic thing in the world is that his grandson drove the Sharingan and came to him with a proud look. The more Indra thought about it, the more angry she became. The system of Shenkeng put herself into this pitiful world of the Hokage Sengoku era. Did not see. Indra thought about it and shook her head helplessly. Well, you're scared. The Uchiha man laughed smugly. The corners of Indra's mouth raised slightly, and she didn't say much. She muttered again, lightning-style instant body technique. With a swipe, Indra turned into a blue-white thunderbolt again, disappeared instantly, followed, and suddenly appeared behind the Uchiha man. The Uchiha man used the Sharingan, and when Indra got behind him, he found out, and he turned around sharply. Lightning style. Indra shouted. Tsitsaiza. A group of lightning quickly flew towards the Uchiha man. Uchiha quickly jumped, avoided the group of lightning, and landed smoothly on the ground. However, the next moment, he couldn't be as calm as he was just now, and beads of sweat could not help but form on his cheeks. This kid. When did the seal be made? The speed is so fast that even I can't see it. The Uchiha man was slightly shocked inside. Although he said that he has several years of combat experience, but in this scene, the enemy seal is so fast that he can't see it. This is the first time he has encountered it. You really surprised me. The Uchiha man sneered. He knew that if the child in front of him was not killed now, it would definitely become a big hidden danger for the Uchiha family in the future. Really? Indra sneered. However, the more you shock me, the more determined I am to kill you, so, are you ready? Uchiha man said, clenching the long sword in his hand, and strode towards Indra. Go. Indra, then. Senju Hashirama found two long swords out of nowhere and threw one of them towards Indra. Indra jumped up, caught the long sword, raised it and slashed at the Uchiha man who was running towards him. Two incomparably sharp swords collided, making a bang, 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 sound. Call out. The Uchiha man quickly jumped to the back, jumped several meters away, quickly put his long sword in place, quickly made a seal with his hands, and then shouted, "Fire style, great fireball technique. Come on, the author has already saved 3 chapters, let's kill the author. More flowers coming soon. New books for collection, flowers, all kinds of requests asterisk. 10 Uchihas catching up." After that, the Uchiha man took a quick breath, and then spit out a flame, which quickly flew towards Indra. The speed of the flame was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had already hit Indra, followed by the sound of an explosion that ushered in a boom. The golden fire continued to burn. Ha ha! Seeing the scene, the corner of the Uchiha man's mouth raised slightly and he chuckled lightly. It seems that the receipt is not small today. It can not only annihilate many ninjas of the Senju clan, but also kill a genius of the Senju clan. At this moment, his voice just fell, and suddenly a voice came from his ear. Is it? When are you coming behind me? The Uchiha man was stunned for a moment, and beads of sweat came out in the second time, and his blood-red eyes looked to the edge. Lightning style. Indra muttered silently, the blue and white lightning gathered in his right hand, and with a drink, struck directly at the Uchiha man's back. With a snap, the Uchiha man was directly knocked into the air by lightning style. After tumbling underground for a few laps, he crashed directly into the tent, followed by the entire tent collapsing, covering the Uchiha man. After a while, there was no movement at all inside the tramp tent, and Indra didn't care whether he was dead or alive at the moment. The most important thing now was to escape from Uchiha's encirclement. Although it is hot to say that Indra's chakra is sufficient at the moment, but facing the 20 or 30 pairs of Sharingan, the older body is okay, he is not worried, but this is the body of a child. No matter how talented you are useless. Senju Hashirama ran towards Indra, scratched the back of his head embarrassedly and smiled, "Hey, I didn't help me in the battle just now. But, Indra, you are really amazing." Immediately following, Senju Hashirama's brothers also came over and praised, "Indra, you are too powerful." Senju Xiaoling stretched out his hand, put it on Indra's head, and said softly, "Thank you." Indra just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. If it weren't for her actions just now, Indra would not have been able to help. All these compliments are enough. Now what we have to do is to escape from Uchiha's encirclement. Indra said in a deep voice. "Indra, we listen to you, we do what you say," Senju Tobirama said. After the battle just now, the Senju Hashirama brothers also worshipped Indra very much, and they all believed that as long as they listened to Indra, they would be able to escape the siege of the Uchiha clan with the least risk. At this moment, several figures suddenly descended from the sky, and they were ninjas of the Senju clan. When they saw Senju Hashirama, they were stunned for a while, and then said to Senju Hashirama, "Hashirama, haven't you gone back, why are you still here?" When he said this, he couldn't help frowning, because now the matter is big, he can't guarantee that he can walk out alive. Now is not the time to say this, let's find a way to send these children out. Senju Xiaoling said aside. The man glanced at Senju Hashirama's brother. When he saw Indra, he stopped his gaze and asked curiously, "Who is he?" "Indra. If it wasn't for him, we probably wouldn't be able to survive now," Senju Xiaoling explained aside. Indra just nodded and said nothing. The men of the Senju clan couldn't care less and said, "Okay, come with me quickly, we can hold the Uchiha clan on the right." After speaking, he turned around and ran, and everyone followed. "Look to the right to evacuate." At this moment, at the back of the tent, Uchihaji led his small team and slowly walked to the last tent at the back. "It looks like it's almost over." Uchiha looked at the situation, everything was within his expectations, and smiled slightly. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside Uchihaji. "Ji, look to the right, the ninjas of the Senju clan are covering a group of children who are escaping for their lives." Uchihaji slowly cast his eyes to the right, stunned for a moment, and then continued, "If you see people on the battlefield, there are no children, but enemies." In Uchihaji's eyes, on the battlefield, not someone on his side, regardless of whether it is a child or an adult, as long as it appears on the battlefield, it is the enemy, and it should be killed. Ask for a reward, ask for a reward, ask for a reward, even 1 yuan. Asterisk. 11 Indra's 3 Go Jade New Book Collection, Part 1. Ask for flowers, ask for support, old irons. Leave the one on the right to me, you can just keep it here. Uchihaji ordered, then jumped alone and ran quickly to the right. Today, none of you want to run. Uchiha thought to himself. On the other side, under the cover of the Senju clan, Indra and Senju Hashirama had broken out of Uchiha's right encirclement and were running towards the forest. "Are we safe?" Senju Itama asked Indra as he ran. Indra looked back and found that there were no Uchiha clan people who had not caught up, so he said in a deep voice, "Theoretically yes, but something will happen in the next moment, who knows? So, we haven't gotten rid of the Uchiha clan yet." Senju Tobirama frowned. "Who knows, just run as fast as you can," Indra said calmly. After this incident, Indra also deeply realized that following Senju Hashirama and the others, it is simply impossible to practice peacefully. So, now he has also made a decision. After the Uchiha clan has been chased, he will no longer travel with Senju Hashirama. If he continued to follow him, Indra roughly thought about what the consequences would be. Either he would be chased by the Uchiha clan, or he would be chased and killed by the Uchiha clan. This kind of pit method is almost comparable to the system. Hu. As the youngest Senju Itama, after running for a long time, he couldn't stand it any longer, so he suddenly stopped. "You, rest for a while, I can't stand it anymore," Senju Itama said breathlessly. "Itama, hold on for a while," Senju Hashirama said. Senju Itama wanted to keep going, but suddenly felt tired and stopped. The moment everyone stopped, Indra clearly sensed that there was a chakra approaching him in the distance. "Come on," Indra said solemnly. "Who's here?" Senju Hashirama became worried when he heard Indra's words. "It is estimated to be from the Uchiha clan, and possibly your Senju clan," Indra reasoned. "Itama, come up quickly." Senju Xiaoling squatted down and waved his hand, motioning for Senju Itama to come on her back. Senju Banma nodded and quickly mounted on Senju's back. "Let's go quickly, if Uchiha's people catch up, it will be over," Senju Xiaoling said uneasy. "It's too late." Here," Indra said solemnly. As far as the naked eye can see, a man from the Uchiha clan was rushing towards Indra. "It's from the Uchiha clan," Senju Hashirama said uneasily. For a while, Senju Hashirama's brother lied to Senju Xiaoling, but Indra was a little stunned. He didn't know why he was so calm, and he was in trouble. "Indra, without you, we probably won't be able to run. Take my brother and sister Ling to run first. I think I can hold back for a few minutes." Senju Hashirama silently made up his mind and decided to stay alone. Delaying time. Big brother. Senju Hashirama's brothers shouted that they did not accept their elder brother's decision. At this moment, Indra suddenly laughed lightly and said, "I can't run anymore, come here." Indeed, with their ink, even if they could have run away, they were wasted by them. Indra doesn't care, he has his own way to make himself retreat, but if you add other people, Indra can't guarantee it. Just as Indra's voice fell, a tree branch not far away shook, and a figure suddenly appeared, and he was Uchiha. He was dressed in a black robe, carried a long sword on his back, and folded his hands on his chest. His long black hair was blown by the breeze brought by his speed. "Give up the idea of running away, you can't run," Uchiha said in a deep voice. Everyone except Indra had a desperate look on their faces, looking at Uchiha uneasily. However, Uchiha seems to be enjoying the feeling. "I saw him jumping lightly, jumping off the branch, and after falling to the ground, he stretched out his hand, pulled out the long sword on his back, and gave Senju Hashirama a Shinigami smile." This smile made Senju Hashirama feel the chills behind their backs. Alas, ask for flowers, ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for monthly passes, all kinds of requests. Asterisk. 12 Indra's 3 go Jade Middle. "Brother, what should we do?" Senju Tobirama asked worriedly. Senju Hashirama shook his head, his expression was very stiff at the moment, his eyes were fixed on Uchiha, not daring to take it away. "What else can be done? The best way is to fight him hard," Indra said calmly. "At the moment, this is indeed the only feasible way. It is impossible to escape. Whoever escapes first at this moment will definitely be the first target Uchiha wants to kill. Don't make unnecessary struggles, it will only make you more miserable," Uchiha said calmly. "If you don't struggle, you will die. If you struggle, it's not certain who will live," Senju Hashirama said. "Huh? You mean you think you kids can kill me?" Uchiha sneered, waving his long sword at Senju Hashirama. "Okay, I'll make you feel how naive you are in this idea right away." After saying that, Uchiha clenched the sword in his hand and ran towards Senju Hashirama. "Everyone be careful, here we come." Senju Hashirama shouted loudly and quickly prepared. Lightning style. Indra muttered silently, her right hand was directly covered by blue and white lightning, and threw it directly towards her Uchiha. Uchiha was a little caught off guard, but he didn't expect that since there would be a child suddenly releasing ninjutsu towards him. He hurriedly changed his body, barely dodging lightning style. "Go to hell." It was at this moment that Senju Hashirama seized the opportunity and jumped up, clenching his fists and hitting Uchiha directly in the head. Normally, Senju Hashirama's fist was a few centimeters away from Uchiha, and the blow was sure to hit. The corners of Uchiha's mouth raised slightly, "Sharingan, open." Uchiha's black eyes suddenly turned blood red, the 3 hook jade slowly turned, and at this moment, Senju Hashirama's movements also stopped. 3 Goyu. Indra couldn't help frowning, and the situation in front of her became a little tricky. "Big brother, what's the matter, why don't you move?" Senju Wajian said suspiciously. When the Uchiha people are in great pain, the strong emotions will stimulate the special chakra in the brain, and feed back to the visual organs, causing the eyes to change. This is the pupil of the soul, known as Sharingan. Indra said in a deep voice. Said. Sharingan. Senju said. That's right, Senju Hashirama can't move at the moment, because he was hit by Sharingan's illusion. Indra said softly. Uchiha looked at Senju Hashirama in front of him, grinned and said, "Now, it's time for you to recognize the reality." Saying that, he slowly raised the long sword in his hand and aimed it at Senju Hashirama. "No, the big brother is in danger," Senju Tobirama said, and ran directly towards Uchiha's Hizi. At this moment, no matter what happened, his eyes were only to save his brother. "Don't look him in the eye," Indra ordered, followed by silently saying, "Lightning style, instant body technique." Uchiha's blood-red eyes squinted into the corners of his eyes, then he turned around and kicked Senju Tobirama, who was jumping directly at him. But the moment he turned around, Indra appeared directly above him, the lightning style in his hand was ready, and he raised his hand to hit Uchiha's body. What happened? Where shouldn't he be? Why did it suddenly come to the sky above me, since a child can use such ninjutsu? Snapped. Uchiha was directly knocked to the ground by Indra's blow, and with a rumbling sound, billowing smoke was splashed. As Uchiha's chakra was suddenly disturbed, the illusion that he used on Senju Hashirama was also disbanded. Dead? Senju Hashirama asked. Indra shook his head and said solemnly, "No, I can still feel the existence of his chakra, he is stronger than the Uchiha man we just dealt with." In the thick smoke and dust, Uchiha made a seal on his hands and said, "Fire-style great fireball technique. Call." Suddenly, the smoke formed a uzumaki, and at the same time, a cloud of great fireball was sprayed directly at Indra and them. Indra and Senju Hashirama dodged quickly, and the fireball hit a big tree and ignited a raging fire. "It's unfortunate, since I met a Uchiha who opened the three-go jade," Indra muttered. "Ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for monthly passes, all kinds of requests." Asterisk. 13 Indra's Three Hooks End. The Uchiha family is famous for Sharingan, one of the three major pupil techniques. Sharingan's eye-opening conditions are generally strong emotional stimulation, and then pupil power can be enhanced through training. For ordinary Sharingan, the more hook jade, the stronger the pupil power, and it can evolve to 3 hook jade at most. The Uchiha clan in front of him has already opened 3 Tomo Sharingan, and his strength is absolutely no trivial matter. Even though the Indra at the moment has more chakra than the average person, it is not an easy task to deal with a man who has 3 Tomo Sharingan. Indra and the other group stared at the thick cloud of smoke, because they didn't know what was going to happen in the next moment. At this moment, with a swoosh, Uchiha, in the smoke and dust, jumped up, followed closely, and landed on the ground again, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. He put his eyes on Indra and sneered, "It seems that if I don't solve you first, I can't go to the next step." After all, he had returned to black eyes. At this moment, it turned into a blood red, and Sanguyu told the rotation, "Let's go together, so I feel that the odds of winning will be higher." Senju Xiaoling said to Senju Hashirama and Indra. Senju Hashirama raised his head slightly and glanced at him suspiciously. Senju Xiaoling asked softly, "Can you do it?" "Don't worry, although my ninjutsu is medical, I still have confidence in my taijutsu," Senju Xiaoling said in a deep voice. Senju Hashirama nodded. "Okay, you stand up in front, I'll see the timing behind and attack him with ninjutsu. Remember, don't look him in the eye," Indra said in a deep voice. "Got it?" Senju Hashirama shouted. Immediately following, Senju Hashirama's brothers and Senju Xiaoling quickly ran forward, with Uchiha as the center, surrounded him in groups, and then quickly attacked him. Boom! 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 Even if several people went together, it did not pose any threat to Uchiha. "Go to hell, BD!" Senju Xiaoling raised his legs and kicked Uchiha in midair. "It's useless, you can't escape my eyes," Uchiha said calmly. The next moment, he changed his shape, dodged Senju Xiaoling's blow, and then kicked back. Senju Xiaoling flew out in an instant, hit a big tree, and fainted. "Sisterling!" Senju Hashirama's brothers shouted one after another. Indra looked at Senju Xiaoling under the big tree not far away, and couldn't help muttering, "This is what you call confidence in your physical skills. Damn it, you BD. Senju Hashirama shouted angrily, and then quickly ran towards Uchiha. Bang, bang, bang. Senju Hashirama was also kicked up by Uchiha and fell heavily a few times. He quickly got up again and gave Uchiha a grim look. "It's useless," Uchiha said solemnly. Senju Hashirama turned his eyes towards Indra and said, "Isn't it okay?" Indra suddenly wanted to vomit a mouthful of old blood, and retorted, "It's not even a minute, not even 10 rounds, we have lost one person, and he has Sharingan. Do you think it's so easy to find opportunities?" Senju Hashirama frowned and said calmly, "Okay, friend, I put my life on you." After saying that, Senju Hashirama let out a smile at Indra, and charged up again. The same is true of their brothers, who ran up one after another. Within a short span of 2 minutes, Senju Hashirama's brothers had all collapsed and fainted. Only the embarrassed Senju Hashirama was still standing with difficulty. Who? Senju Hashirama gasped wildly, his eyes not daring to take his eyes off Uchiha's body. This time, it was Uchiha who attacked Senju Hashirama. At this moment, above the mid-air, a voice suddenly sounded. "Super large lightning style." But Uchiha didn't panic, but let out a smile, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Saying that, Uchiha suddenly disappeared, and the one below was Senju Hashirama. Not good. Indra hurriedly changed the direction of the super large lightning style, but Senju Hashirama was still attacked by the aftermath of the super large lightning style and fainted. Indra fell to the ground with her back to Uchiha. At this moment, Indra was alone. "Ha ha ha ha, what's up, cannibalism is fun." Uchiha laughed. "Yeah. It's really interesting." Indra turned around slowly, raised her head slightly, her originally black eyes turned blood red at this moment, and the 3 Hokage slowly turned. "Ask for a reward, ask for flowers, ask for a monthly pass. Asterisk. 14 The suppression of chakra flowers plus more. Ask for flowers, all kinds of requests." When Uchiha saw this scene, he was stunned for a moment, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. Three Tomo Sharingan, what the hell is going on?" Uchiha said in surprise. In his knowledge, only the Uchiha clan can open Sharingan, but why, the child in front of him who is not of Uchiha clan can also open Sharingan? And at a young age, Sharingan has already reached the level of 3 Hokage. How terrifying is this? Even if it is placed in the Uchiha family, it can still be called a genius. Are you surprised? Indra asked in a deep voice, staring at Uchiha. Uchiha frowned and asked Indra, "Who are you? Why do you have the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan, or, in other words, you were originally a Uchiha clan?" Indra stepped forward, slowly walking forward, and said calmly, "It's all irrelevant." "Ha ha ha ha." Uchiha couldn't help laughing, and then said, "Whether you are from the Uchiha clan or not, but if you use the Sharingan to fight against the Uchiha clan, you don't deserve these eyes. So, I will destroy him with your eyes, and you must die too." After saying that, Uchiha swung the long sword in his hand and ran towards Indra. Lightning style, instant body technique. After Indra finished reciting silently, the whole person suddenly disappeared, and the next moment appeared behind Uchiha. Uchiha squinted his eyes slightly towards the corners of his eyes, and muttered, "This is another trick. When did he seal the seal?" Super lightning style technique. Indra said silently, a huge cloud of blue and white lightning covered his hands. The super large lightning style technique, which is basically the same as lightning style, concentrates chakra on a certain part of the body or the whole body, and then generates lightning through nature transformation to perform ninjutsu. The super large lightning style technique just increases the amount of chakra and increases its attack power, but the time to start ninjutsu also increases by 1 second to gather chakra. Indra slammed the oversized lightning style in his hand towards Uchihaji with a sigh. Uchihaji frowned, but with his years of war experience, at this moment, he didn't panic, but made a quick jump to jump out of the range of this super large lightning style. A bang! The super large lightning style hit, and the sand and stone were instantly thrown away, and the aftermath created a strong wind, centered on Indra, and spread out in all directions. The surrounding trees were crumbling, and even some branches were scraped off by the power band of the aftermath. Afterwards, a thick cloud of smoke filled the surroundings, but Indra, who has Sharingan, had no influence on the line of sight. Cough. Uchiha coughed a few times and slowly got up from the ground. Just now, Indra's super large lightning style didn't completely hit Uchihaji. The reason why he flew upside down for dozens of meters was because the aftermath of the super large lightning style bounced him off. I'm amazed by the amount of chakra this kid has. Uchiha frowned. Now he already knew that things were getting tricky. If he was as careless as he was just now, then there will be no doubt that he will be killed by the child in front of him. Suddenly, in mid-air, a voice sounded. Oversized lightning style technique. Uchiha was stunned for a moment, the beads of sweat on his face reappeared, and he muttered, "What? Come again." Sizzle. The airflow brought by the super large lightning style technique directly cut through the smoke and dust, and with a loud noise, a large group of thunder and lightning appeared in the air. Fly away. With a bang, the explosion sounded again. After dodging the oversized lightning style technique, Uchihaji chanted silently, making a seal with both hands, and said, "Fire style, Fengxianhuo technique." Followed by the rapid spit from the mouth, dozens of fireballs. Fire style Baixianhuo technique, which continuously spit out fireballs from the mouth. The attack trajectory is like the fruit of the balsam, and the trajectory of the fireball can be manipulated by chakra. Dozens of fireballs flew directly towards Indra, collided with each other in the blink of an eye, and made a violent explosion. Hey! Suddenly, Uchihaji's pupils widened, and the originally blood-red eyes suddenly changed back to their original appearance. Cough. He coughed violently a few times, and blood kept gushing out of his throat. New books for collection, flowers for all kinds of requests. Asterisk. 15. Vortex Hidden Village. Ask for flowers, a monthly pass, and a reward. He lowered his head with a slight trembling. At this moment, a small hand penetrated his abdomen, and a slight blue-white lightning was emitted from the small hand. What? When did you come behind me? Uchiha said hesitantly. Hey. Indra took his hand out of his abdomen and shook it a few times, removing a lot of blood from his hand. When you were using fire style, I used lightning style instant body technique to come behind you. Indra said solemnly. Really? Uchihaji chuckled lightly, and suddenly fell to the ground wobbly. In Indra's eyes, Sangoyu suddenly disappeared, and the eyes returned to their original shape. Looking at Uchihaji's back, Indra shook his head helplessly. I didn't want to be an enemy of you, but since you have the intention to kill me, it is impossible for me not to kill you, even if it is possible that I have something to do with you. Indra said in a deep voice. He patted the soil on his body. His white clothes had been dyed yellow by the yellowing soil. He moved a few times, looked at Senju Hashirama's group lying on the ground, and thought for a moment. In the end, Indra decided not to go with Senju Hashirama and left alone. After a long time, Senju Xiaoling's eyelids, who fell under the tree, twitched a few times, followed by opening his hazy eyes, and the pain in his head hit instantly. She quickly covered her head and said, "Okay, it hurts." The next moment, she seemed to have thought of something, and quickly stood up and looked around. Hashirama, Tobirama, tile room, board room. Senju Xiaoling shouted as he moved to look for it. When she saw the big pits around, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva and muttered, "What a fierce battle happened before here." Hashirama, you must not have any trouble. Thinking of this, Senju Xiaoling became even more worried. She hurriedly kept searching, and after a while, she finally saw Senju Hashirama underground, and her whole body suddenly began to suppress. Hashirama. As she said that, she ran over quickly, and when she knew that he was still breathing, she felt the big stone in her heart falling. Hashirama, can you hear what Sister Ling said? Senju Hashirama's eyes shook a few times, and then slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Senju Xiaoling in front of him, he asked, "Are you all right, Sister Ling?" After speaking, he immediately sat up again, looked around, and said, "Where are the people from the Uchiha family?" "Dead, the body is not far behind you." Senju Xiaoling replied. "Where's Indra? Where did Indra go?" Senju Hashirama continued. Senju Xiaoling shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Since I woke up, I only saw the body of this man from the Uchiha clan, but Indra didn't know where it went." "What about Tobirama and the others?" Senju Hashirama quickly stood up and ran towards the direction where they were lying, until he was relieved to see that they were only slightly injured. A few days later, Indra didn't know where she was, and looking at a stream in front of her, Indra decided to wash her face. The icy stream hit his face, and he was instantly refreshed. "So cool," Indra said softly. At this moment, under a big tree, several red-haired children stuck their heads out and looked at Indra by the creek not far away. Look, his hair is so weird," said a young child. Another red-haired woman said to the younger child, "Shh, don't say it so loudly, don't be heard by him." The little boy nodded, and then continued, "Look at his hair, it's different from ours." After Indra heard the movement, she turned her head slowly. "No, it was discovered, let's run." The red-haired girl quickly pulled the little boy and ran. Indra froze for a moment, but didn't catch up. Looking at their backs and their red hair, he seemed to have thought of something. In the original Hokage, Indra remembers that the red-haired ones belonged to the Uzumaki clan. "Did I come to the territory of the Uzumaki clan?" Indra muttered. New books, flowers, collections, monthly passes, all kinds of requests. Asterisk. 16 Uzumaki Mito strikes new book for collection. In the original Hokage, the Uzumaki family, a family that is good at sealing, has extremely strong vitality, delays the judgment of death, and a huge amount of chakra, even strong enough to suppress the tailed beast. Red hair is its hallmark feature, and when chakra is consumed in excess, the hair turns white. Most of the residents in the village have long lifespans, so the Uzumaki village where the Uzumaki family lives is also known as the Longevity Village. Like the ancestors of the Senju clan, they are also the second son of Sage of Six Paths, Atsutsuki Ashura. Indra knew more or less about the fate of the Uzumaki clan. The powerful sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan frightened the various ninja clans in Sengoku, so they rallied to attack them, which was the main reason for their demise. With a swipe, Indra lay on the ground quietly looking at the blue sky. "The last time I fought the Uchiha clan, if it wasn't for the fact that I had a chakra that was bigger than others in my body, it would have been a duel. However, in that battle, Indra still had a lot to gain, dragging the blessing of the Uchiha clan and opening 3 Tomo Sharingan himself. It's time to practice properly," Indra muttered. Indeed, in this Sengoku period, those with power can survive, and the weak will only be slaughtered in that world. In the long-term future, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama will become the legends of this era, and their strength is definitely not trivial. Indra sat up, the system only gave him this body, and more strength still needs to be cultivated by himself. Indra's talent is above Uchiha Madara. If Uchiha Madara is called a genius, then Indra is a genius among geniuses. It's decided, let's choose a habitat here. Indra stood up slowly and looked at the village not far ahead. Of course, it is impossible for him to enter the village, because if he enters the village, he is likely to be attacked by the group. And they will recognize them at a glance. The reason must be known to everyone, because the Uzumaki clan are all red-haired. After looking around for a while, Indra decided to build a place to sleep under a large rock a few kilometers away from the creek. But before that, he had to wash his yellow clothes that were stained with mud. A few days later, on top of the big rock. On this day, after Indra's practice, he is sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. At this moment, the trees next to him suddenly shook a few times. The withered and yellow leaves fell as they fluctuated. A figure flashed past and hid behind a huge tree. Indra opened his eyes slowly, the movement just now had already reached his ears. He stood up slowly, looked towards the tree, and said solemnly, "Who?" As soon as the words fell, a figure jumped up, and she waved her hand, and dozens of lily swords flew towards the rock where Indra was. Indra jumped back, dodging her attack with ease. At this moment, the figure also fell, and the appearance was revealed in Indra's eyes. She is about 7 to 8 years old, with red hair and a bald head, wearing the same white robe as Indra. And she is the princess of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Mito. She didn't know where Indra was, but just today, a nice Uzumaki girl who played with her told Uzumaki Mito that there was a very strange guy next to the creek. Too curious, Uzumaki Mito sneaked over to see what happened. "Who are you?" Uzumaki Mito asked Indra in the distance. For Uzumaki Mito's question, Indra did not answer immediately, but instead asked, "Who are you and why are you disturbing my practice?" "I asked first." Uzumaki Mito countered. Indra took a deep look at Uzumaki Mito and said solemnly, "If that's the case, then don't ask everyone, where did you come from, where did you go back, and today's event, you can pretend that you didn't see it." "No," Uzumaki Mito said. Indra ignored her words, turned and walked towards a log cabin on the rocks. "I'm telling you, I'm a ninja, I'm very good." Uzumaki Mito tried to intimidate Indra. Indra nodded, but didn't look back, and said, "I know you are a ninja from your actions just now, but you are very powerful, but you can't see it anywhere. Also, didn't anyone tell you that you can't reveal your surname casually? Does anyone like Uzumaki Mito? I treat the new book well, funny, and ask for the support of the readers. The author is very grateful. Asterisk. 17 Conditions of Indra. Ask for flowers, ask for a monthly pass, all kinds of requests." After a pause, Indra continued, "But yes, it doesn't make much difference whether you say the last name or not." Indra said that because he knew that the redheads were not 100% Uzumaki, but at least 99.9%. However, whether other ninja groups know about the current Sengoku era, Indra does not know. "You." Uzumaki Mito heard Indra's words, speechlessly refuted, and pointed his finger at Indra angrily. Indra turned her head and leaked a smile at Uzumaki Mito. Immediately after, he turned around again and continued to walk towards his wooden house. "I must give you some color to see." Uzumaki Mito clenched his hands, leaped, and threw dozens of shuriken directly towards Indra. Indra just wiggled, dodging Uzumaki Mito's shuriken with ease. With a few clicks, the shuriken was inserted into the door of the wooden house. Indra shook her head helplessly. If she didn't stop her now, she would probably have her house demolished by the girl in front of her. Thinking about it, Indra walked quickly to the door of the wooden house, pulled out a shuriken, turned around, and said to Uzumaki Mito, "Just right, I created a ninjutsu myself, and I have nothing to experiment with." "Do you mean to use me as an experiment?" Uzumaki Mito asked suspiciously. No, I said can you not be seated right? That's all I said." With that, Indra picked up the shuriken in his hand. "Shuriken." Indra smiled faintly, but didn't say anything, but held the shuriken in his hand, and said silently, "Fire style, Hot Wheels. After all, Indra quickly threw the shuriken in his hand, and suddenly, the moment the shuriken was thrown, the shuriken suddenly burst into flames. Immediately following, while spinning, a strong wind was brought up, but with a swoosh, the burning shuriken flew into the sky. Indra froze for a moment, but didn't care too much and muttered, "It seems that it still needs some good practice." Indra turned around again, pulled the remaining shuriken from the door, and said, "I will accept these shuriken." But Uzumaki Mito, who saw the scene just now, was stunned. He originally thought that Indra's self-created ninjutsu was a joke. When he used it, Uzumaki Mito was a little unbelievable. How can he create his own ninjutsu at such a young age? Uzumaki Mito asked in shock. "What, is it strange?" Indra asked back. "It's a bit strange if you can develop ninjutsu at such a young age, but I don't believe it." Uzumaki Mito chuckled. After hearing this, Indra smiled bitterly, waved her hand, and said, "It's up to you if you don't believe it. Besides, I didn't expect you to believe it from the beginning, I just told you." "You." Uzumaki Mito gritted her teeth. At this moment she really wanted to teach Indra a lesson from the past, but she also knew from just now that she was not Indra's opponent. "So, no matter how angry I am at the moment, I can't help Indra. Am I wrong?" Indra added. Uzumaki Mito's chest heaved slightly in anger. After trying to suppress his anger, he said softly, "Ninja rules don't reveal your surname." "My name is Mito, what's your name?" Indra was stunned when she heard the word Mito, and her eyes suddenly glanced at Uzumaki Mito deeply. Uzumaki Mito, Indra had only seen pictures of her growing up, so she didn't know much about her childhood. Indra didn't say her last name either, just replied, "Oh. What about you?" Uzumaki Mito demanded. "It's not impossible to tell you, but you have to grant me a request." Indra whispered. "No, I didn't even ask you to ask, so I told you." Uzumaki Mito snorted coldly. He had already given up a step, who knew that he was still such a rogue. "The problem is that I didn't ask you, and you asked me." Indra whispered. "You." Uzumaki Mito felt like he was about to collapse. "No answer." "Do not." "Sure. Sure. Okay, then please go, don't get in my way." Uzumaki Mito. Ask for a wave of flowers, a wave of monthly passes, all kinds of requests. Asterisk. 18 Angry Uchiha Tajima. Thinking that he couldn't help Indra, Uzumaki Mito turned around and tried to leave. However, after she walked a few steps, she found that her curiosity became stronger and stronger, and she felt that if she were to go back at this moment, there is simply no intention to focus on cultivation. Who is he? Why am I alone at such a young age? At such a young age, he possesses strengths that he should not possess. Ah! Uzumaki Mito scratched his head, then turned around, looked at Indra's back, and said softly, "Go ahead, as long as it's not too much, I promise you." Indra turned around and smiled faintly. "My conditions are very simple for you." "It's better, what conditions?" Uzumaki Mito asked. "After you go back, you can't tell anyone what you've seen, including me." Indra said slowly. At this moment, he just wants to practice well in this place, and doesn't want to be disturbed by anyone. If Uzumaki Mito went back and told his father what he had seen today, it might cause a lot of trouble. It's such a simple thing. Uzumaki Mito doubted that he had heard it wrong. He originally thought it would be a dilemma for him, but he didn't expect it to be so simple. Indra nodded. "Well, I promise you." Uzumaki Mito whispered. Indra chuckled. "Indra? Indra? What a strange name." Uzumaki Mito said subconsciously. "Strangeness. You Uzumaki Mito are even weirder, okay." Thinking of this, Indra really wanted to complain about her, but at the moment, he was not in the mood to complain. Well, as you wish, I have told you where you came from, you can go back to where you are, don't hinder my practice. Indra said calmly. Uzumaki Mito thought for a while, then said to Indra, I'll come again. After all, she didn't wait for Indra to answer, and jumped away. Looking at her back, Indra was a little puzzled, is she so attractive? The territory of the Uchiha clan. Hall. At this time, Tong Tong, who was at the level of the elders of the Uchiha clan, sat on the chair, silent. And in the center of this hall, Uchiha Tajima, the current patriarch of the Uchiha clan, wrinkled his eyes and said solemnly, I asked you to come here, I think you all know what we are going to discuss. The crowd nodded. Boom. Uchiha Tajima raised his fist angrily and slammed it directly at the tea table next to him. Shame, what a shame, Uchiha Tajima shouted angrily. The patriarch rests his anger, I think there must be differences in the information they reported. I think it's the same. The 3-tomo Sharinan has already been activated by treating this child. Normally, how could it be beheaded by the Senju family's children? Yeah, although Uchiha said that his strength is not very strong, but being beheaded by the Senju clan's children, I feel that it is too strange. After all, we have seen it with our own eyes and only listened to them. I feel that it is too strange. We have been at odds with the Senju family for many years. Although the specific strength is not very clear, there is a general idea. Call him up. Uchiha Tajima shouted. Not long after, the Uchiha men who attacked the Senju clan camp together last time walked in. The patriarch, and the elders. You are here to give a good explanation, passing by that day. Uchiha Tajima said. Yes, after Lord Onichiji ordered the Senju clan to be surrounded, it is only a matter of time before they are taken down. Later, did you see the Senju clan's ninjas, who are desperately trying to send a group of children away? Later, Master Ji chased after the group of children by himself. After a long time, after we took it down completely, we searched for Master Ji along the road, and then saw the body of Master Ji. Are you sure that Hizui is a group of children? An elder asked. It is absolutely true, elder, the Uchiha man replied. There must be something wrong in the middle. It is absolutely impossible for Uchiha to be beheaded by a group of children. An elder said in a deep voice. Anything is possible. Uchiha was beheaded by the children of the Senju clan. No one can change this fact. This will be an eternal shame for our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Tajima said solemnly. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, all kinds of requests, please, asterisk. 19 Hokage Spree new book for collection. The explosion begins, all kinds of requests. Uchiha Tajima, as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, said so, and they no longer refuted it, and the group bowed their heads quietly. Alas! Uchiha Tajima couldn't help sighing, and then continued, on the surface, the sneak attack on the Senju clan camp is our victory, but only we know the actual situation. In the last sneak attack on the Senju clan camp, most of the Senju clan's losses were seriously wounded, and the Uchiha clan, in addition to the loss of Uchiha-ji, also lost a lot of Uchiha clan members. Strictly speaking, everyone's losses are about the same. Lord Patriarch, what should we do next? An elder asked. Let's recuperate for a while, and let the new generation train well. Our new generation must not be worse than the new generation of the Senju family. Uchiha Tajima said in a deep voice. Ever since Uchiha Tajima heard that Uchiha was beheaded by a group of children, he has been stunned. Since the Senju clan has trained the new generation so terrifyingly. If he is not in control of the new generation of his Uchiha clan, Uchiha Tajima firmly believes that even if this generation can compete with the Senju clan, it is difficult to say for the next generation. Okay. The crowd nodded. This is the end of today's meeting. The training of the new generation must be carried out immediately. Uchiha Tajima said in a deep voice. Understood, Patriarch. A few days later, Uchiha Tajima was walking on the training ground, watching the new generation of Uchiha clan training. Every child was sweating, some were practicing kunao, some were practicing physique, etc. etc. After a while, Uchiha's second elder walked up to Uchiha Tajima and said, Lord Patriarch, do you have anything to do with me? Uchiha Tajima nodded. How do you think these children can grow up quickly? Uchiha Tajima asked the second elder in a deep voice. The second elder pondered for a while, looked at the children who were training at the training ground, and said Kaido, training hard. Uchiha Tajima shook his head and said calmly, you're not entirely right. The most effective way to make these children grow up fast is actual combat. Actual combat? The second elder couldn't help but glanced at Uchiha Tajima deeply. Yes, I don't think there is any other way to make these children grow up quickly. So, I want these children to go to the battlefield. Uchiha Tajima said. How to make a child grow up fast? It is estimated that in addition to the most visible effects on the battlefield, other methods are difficult to see effective effects. After the battles on the battlefield, these children are easily transformed, of course, on the premise that they survive. Going to the battlefield is the most effective way for children to grow up, and at the same time, the risk is also the greatest. Patriarch, this. Before the second elder had finished speaking, Uchiha Tajima interrupted, this is the best way, and I naturally know the risk. Uchiha has a B-level mission recently, so let some children follow. Seeing that Uchiha Tajima had made up his mind, the second elder nodded, saying that it was of no use to him. Let the Madara brothers go with them, it's time to give them a good training. Uchiha Tajima instructed. Understood the Patriarch. Vortex Hidden Village is far away. Just today, Indra discovered that the Hokage gift package that was left to him by the scumbag system was suddenly activated. It made Indra a little confused, thinking that the deep pit system was deceiving. There are only a few things in the Hokage spree. The first, equal exchange, advanced Mangekyo Sharinan, and eternal Mangekyo. The equivalent exchange is that the original advanced Mangekyo Sharinan needs to evolve into Mangekyo Sharinan after the death of a close person, but with this Hokage gift package, you only need enough hatred to exchange Mangekyo directly. And the way to get hatred is to kill ninjas in exchange for eternal Mangekyo. The second, equal exchange, advanced Rinnegan. The original condition of advanced Rinnegan, when Indra and Ashura's chakra merge, the power of Sage of Six Paths will be awakened, and Rinnegan's eyes will be opened. However, here, hatred points can still be exchanged. Equivalent exchange. The third, activate the chakra attributes, fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yin. Note, whether or not it was originally. Looking at these things, Indra murmured, it seems that this crap system has finally done something useful. The explosion starts, ask for flowers and all kinds of requests. Asterisk. 20 steal without selling 2 more repairs. Indra looked at the introduction of the Hokage package and nodded with satisfaction. Among them, the higher the level of beheading the ninja, the higher the hatred value, and the maximum hatred value can be 20 points. The advanced Mangekyo requires 100 hatred points and the advanced Eternal is also 100 hatred points, but for Indra, it doesn't matter if you are advanced or not. When Indra looked down to see Rinnegan, he was startled suddenly. 1000 hatred points? 10 times higher than Mangekyo? That is to say, even if you can get 20 points once, you have to kill 50 high-level ninjas. Indra calculated secretly. High-level ninja, what is that concept? With his current strength, it is estimated that it is still very difficult to kill high-level ninjas. Not to mention killing 50, he is not immortal, if he doesn't act rashly, there is still a chance of being counter-killed. Take back what I said, this system is still a very bad system. Indra complained. However, there is nothing that Indra can do. Advanced Mangekyo Sharinan needs to evolve into Mangekyo Sharinan after the death of someone close to him. He came to this Hokage world not long ago. Where did he come from? And no matter what, as for the opening of Mangekyo, he had to get it from the spree. As for Rinnegan, that's a bit of a loss. Indra has not yet decided whether to get it by himself or in a big gift bag. A few weeks later. During this period of time, Indra has developed dozens of ninjutsu by himself, and of course, his physical skills have become much stronger. Many unskilled ninjutsu have also been practiced very well. Over the past few weeks, Uzumaki Mito has come and gone many times, and the relationship has improved a lot, and has regarded Indra as a friend. Swish. The branches trembled a few times. You're here. Indra turned around and said calmly. A dark shadow flashed across the sky, and Uzumaki Mito landed smoothly on the ground. Oh, you found out again. Uzumaki Mito smiled slightly. It's hard not to notice if the movement is so big. Indra chuckled. Kaido. Nonsense, this time I obviously made less noise than the last time. Uzumaki Mito defended. Indra nodded and said, well, yes, it's a little bit better than last time, but, in my eyes, it's still unqualified. Uzumaki Mito pouted. It seemed that it would be difficult to get Indra's appreciation. Okay, next time, I will definitely not be released by you, and then suddenly appear behind you, scaring you to death. Uzumaki Mito said. Well, you can really not be found by me, and then suddenly appear behind my back, it can really scare me to death. Indra laughed softly. Uzumaki Mito naturally heard what Indra meant, basically denying that he could quietly appear behind him. If he did appear, it would mean that his strength was soaring, and it would really scare him to death. You're saying that I won't agree to what you told me last time, so you can find it elsewhere. Uzumaki Mito was slightly annoyed, and put his hands on his chest. Indra smiled wryly. Don't, I'm just joking. Listen to what you mean, have you already found it for me? Uzumaki Mito nodded, of course. Is there anything I want to do but can't do? Does that count just now? Indra whispered towards Uzumaki Mito. You. Uzumaki Mito frowned, thinking how hard it was to get a compliment. If Uzumaki Mito hadn't been Indra's opponent, she really wanted to give him a good lesson at this moment. Sadly, she is no match for Indra. Forget it, I don't care about you anymore. Uzumaki Mito pouted, and then continued, weapon, are you now? Indra nodded and said, well, if there is, if not, there is no way to get things done. Just last time, Indra asked about Uzumaki Mito weapons and things like that. It's not that he didn't think about finding weapons on the battlefield, but finding weapons on the battlefield is more difficult to find, and most of the weapons on the battlefield are long swords or kunai. Yes, the kind of weapon you described, we really have it there, but the owner of the blacksmith shop, he may not sell it. Uzumaki Mito said softly. Not for sale? Indra asked suspiciously. Uzumaki Mito nodded. I heard from others that that weapon has a story to him. Uzumaki Mito laughed. Join the group without a skirt, there are a lot of girls, ask for flowers for a new book, ask for a monthly pass, ask for a reward, all kinds of requests. Asterisk. 21 living weapons 3 more. There is a story between people and weapons. Indra was stunned. Before this kind of thing, he had seen some TV dramas in which people and weapons were fettered. Uzumaki Mito nodded and said, no way, other blacksmiths don't have the kind of weapons you mentioned, and it takes time to craft them. Then can I borrow it? That kind of borrowing? Indra asked Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito looked at Indra suspiciously and asked, Which kind of borrowing? The secret one. Uzumaki Mito couldn't help laughing, and said, "Does your kind count as borrowing? That's stealing." Indra rolled his eyes and explained, "If you steal it, you won't return it. If you borrow it, you will return it. I'll return it to him when I'm done using it." Uzumaki Mito was a little speechless about Indra's explanation. It was obvious that he was stealing, and he had to force it to be so reasonable. Okay. Just this one time, I won't help you next time." Uzumaki Mito rolled his eyes at Indra. Indra smiled and nodded. At night, under the leadership of Uzumaki Mito, Indra sneaked into the Uzumaki village and came to the blacksmith shop that Uzumaki Mito said. Because of her identity, Uzumaki Mito followed her into the store. In order not to be found immediately, Indra wrapped her hair with a piece of cloth. Only exposed eyes. Indra walked in with light steps. At this moment, there was a middle-aged man sitting on a chair. When the man saw a child walking in, he asked, "Whose child? What are you doing with your head wrapped at night?" Indra looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with one eye closed, and said softly, "Uncle, I have a bug in one of my eyes, can you help me take a look?" Uncle was stunned for a while, then stood up helplessly, and said, "Okay, Uncle will show you, and go home as soon as you finish it." Indra nodded. "What a naughty child. You did this at night. Are you running to scare other children?" At this time, the middle-aged man was not at all wary, thinking that some naughty child deliberately went out like this at night to scare other children. Before Indra could respond, the middle-aged man came to his side, squatted down, and said softly, "Okay, open your eyes and show your uncle, where are the bugs?" Indra hummed, and when she opened her eyes suddenly turned blood red, and the three Hokage slowly turned. "You." Before the middle-aged man could finish his words, he could no longer move. Offended, "I didn't mean anything," Indra said, and then quickly stretched out his hand and knocked on the middle-aged man's neck. He fainted immediately. And Indra quickly walked to the door and closed the door with a bang. Then walked in and saw what was inside. Indra was stunned. There are countless long swords hanging on the walls, and many large boxes are placed on the ground, and the boxes are full of kunao. Looks like he's the one that we provided the weapons to the ninjas in Uzumaki village. Indra muttered. Indra looked around a lot, looking for the weapon she needed. After a while, Indra saw a long cabinet above the container. The cabinet was covered with thick dust. It was estimated that it had not been moved for a long time. Indra walked over, moved the cabinet down, blew the dust covering it, and opened it. A long axe appeared in Indra's eyes. Indra looked at the weapon and couldn't help complaining, "Is there a story with him for such an ordinary axe?" Alas! Indra sighed, and then continued, "It can only be used improvisationally. After all, the long sword is too short for kunao. Indra doesn't have too many requirements. He just wants to find a hand with a longer weapon." However, in the ninja battlefield, kunao are basically used, and there are fewer types of shuriken, longsword and other types. After saying that, Indra closed the long cabinet, turned around, and wanted to leave here. Just as he was going out, a place where Indra was stepping suddenly made a bang. Indra was stunned for a moment, looked down, and said subconsciously, "Empty." Then various conjectures emerged in his mind. Could there be a tunnel or a basement underground, Indra reasoned. New books for collection, all kinds of requests, brothers. Asterisk. 22 hit the server for more for collection. The new book asks for flowers, asks for a monthly pass. Do you have any indication of the fourth update? Could it be that the owner of the blacksmith shop is hiding something besides forging weapons? For a time, various ideas emerged in Indra's mind. After a moment of contemplation, Indra decided to open it and take a look. He put down the long axe in his hand, and then tapped the ground with his hand, making a thump, 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 and he didn't bother to find the switch, so he just muttered a sentence. Lightning style. After controlling chakra, he punched it down, and with a click, the board shattered. Then a dark hole appeared in Indra's eyes. Really? Indra muttered, and then said silently, fire style. With a swoosh, a flame appeared in his hand, he put the flame towards the hole, and the damp wooden stairs appeared in Indra's eyes. Indra thought for a while, and then walked down. The hole was not very big, about a meter wide. The stairs were damp, and a lot of moss grew. After walking dozens of steps, Indra had reached the bottom, and the bottom was a small house of about 40 or 50 square meters. Indra took the flame in his hand and looked around, but found nothing unusual. He took a few steps forward, and under the light of the flames, a black sickle loomed in his eyes. Indra took a few steps forward, and the flames illuminated the black sickle in front of him, with the red mass on the side of the sickle. Why is there a sickle here? Indra asked curiously. Immediately after an idea flashed in his mind, it seemed that this sickle would be better than that axe. It seems that God really helped me. As Indra pointed out with one hand, the other hand reached over and picked up the sickle. However, the moment he picked it up, Indra was a little stunned. The sickle suddenly softened and bent down. Fake sickle? This was Indra's first reaction. However, the next moment, Indra felt that the chakra on his body was being sucked away by the scythe, and the scythe that was bent down instantly changed to its original shape. Could it be that the sickle has life? Indra said in a deep voice. In the original Hokage, there is a ninja weapon that also has life, and the ninja weapon is named Samehata. Samehata can be thrown out to attack, and absorb the enemy's chakra, which can be used as physical strength to heal the master, etc. Just as Indra recalled, the scythe suddenly bent down, and the scythe directly attacked Indra. Indra froze for a moment, then quickly ducked and bent down to dodge. A swipe. The sickle was blown away. Sure enough, is this weapon the same as Samehata's owner? Indra said in a deep voice. At this moment, the scythe went down and attacked Indra again. Indra hurriedly turned over, then threw the scythe and hit the wall. After the scythe fell to the ground, it kept jumping and making a clang-clang sound. The action is like a fish landing on the shore. I can't tame animals, let alone weapons, so I can only use the most primitive method. Indra said in a deep voice towards the scythe underground. What is the most primitive way? Hit to suit. In this basement, Indra has to keep chakra under control. If one is not careful, the basement will be trampled and trampled, not the most deadly. The fatal thing is that it will attract a lot of ninjas from the Vortex village, and then things will become very tricky. Lightning style. Tsitsize, in Indra's hands, suddenly a blue-white thunderbolt appeared. Immediately after that, the lightning quickly flew towards the sickle. Tsitsize, the lightning spread all over the sickle in an instant, and the sickle jumped even more. It seems to be effective, so here it is. Indra said softly, and then said, lightning style. 1, 2, 3. Indra kept attacking. After a while, Indra stopped and said towards the scythe, if you recognize me as the master, jump a little, if every jump, I will continue. Indra's voice just fell. The sickle quickly jumped a few times. Okay, you'd better not play with me, or go up to the ground and you'll know the consequences. Indra said softly, then walked over slowly and picked up the scythe from the ground. This time, the sickle became completely obedient, what shape it should be, and it did not bend. It's like turning into a lifeless weapon. Asterisk. 23 A new journey 5 more flowers. Ask silently, is there no flowers in the 5th generation? No monthly pass? Give in sooner so you don't have to suffer, Indra muttered. If the weapon can speak, it is estimated that he will definitely say something, who knows that you are young and your strength is not weak. Immediately after, Indra walked out of the hole while holding the weapon, put the original long axe in the cabinet, and put it back where it was. As for the entrance to the cave, Indra had no choice but to find a piece of cloth and cover it. Lightning style, instant body technique. Swish. Indra instantly turned into a ball of thunder and lightning, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next moment, there appeared on a roof of the Uzumaki village, and the appearance of Indra immediately startled Uzumaki Mito, who was waiting beside him. "You, what kind of ninjutsu are you?" Uzumaki Mito asked hesitantly. In Uzumaki Mito's cognition, this type of ninjutsu has never been seen again, and shock is a matter of course. Indra didn't intend to hide it either. After all, it wasn't a big deal to say it, so he turned to Uzumaki Mito and said, "Sketch technique. The instant body technique. It's amazing." Since he suddenly appeared beside me without a sound, Uzumaki Mito said, casting an envious look at Indra. If Uzumaki Mito could learn this, she would wake up laughing from her dreams. After that moment, Uzumaki Mito, who thought he knew Indra very well, reappeared and refreshed his view of Indra. This seemingly ordinary child is actually too mysterious. Not only can he develop ninjutsu by himself, but also what kind of instant technique. After thinking for a while, Uzumaki Mito said again, "After so long, I thought something happened to you." "Don't worry, I just encountered something along the way." Indra chuckled. But for Indra, Zinhao stepped on the entrance of the hole, otherwise, he would be holding the long axe instead of the sickle with life. "You didn't hurt that uncle at the blacksmith shop, did you?" Uzumaki Mito asked. If Indra hurt the middle-aged man at the smithy, Uzumaki Mito would not blame Indra, but would only blame himself, because he led Indra to the smithy himself. Indra smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, he's fine, he just passed out." Hearing Indra say this, Uzumaki Mito breathed a sigh of relief. When she came back to her senses and saw the sickle in Indra's hand, she was a little puzzled and asked, "Didn't you go get the axe? Why did you get one? Such a weapon. I feel that this weapon is more convenient for the time being, so I don't need the long axe," Indra said softly. Indra didn't tell Uzumaki Mito the matter either, just said a word and flickered. Uzumaki Mito didn't think much of it either and nodded. "Well, it's getting late, I should go too," Indra said softly. "He must have a good rest tonight, and he will leave tomorrow. For Mangekyo Sharinan, he has to do a good job. Don't run away, remember to come back when you're done." Uzumaki Mito instructed. Of course, she said this more in the hope that Indra would come back. She felt that she was quite happy to be angry occasionally. Indra turned around, and while walking, she waved her hand and said softly, "Got it." The next day. Early morning. Vortex Village. When the middle-aged man woke up, he quickly reported what happened last night to the ninjas in the Vortex Village. Although there was quite a stir. However, these are irrelevant, because the Indra at this moment has long since left. However, it was also because of the incident last night that it hit the ninjas in the Vortex Village very hard. What they could never have imagined was that the person who did this was a child. And since they didn't report to the middle-aged uncle, I'm afraid they still don't know anything. Ask for flowers, big guys ask for flowers. There are better comments to say in the comment area. If it is good, the author will accept it, please. Asterisk. 24 The Shocked Uzumaki Clan Patriarch for Collection. Lord Patriarch, the owner of the blacksmith shop, just came back to add information. A burly man walked in and said to the head of the Uzumaki clan, who was sitting on the chair in the center of the hall. Patriarch Uzumaki looked at the burly man in front of him, frowned, and said in a flat tone, "Why, doesn't he seem embarrassing enough? After all, he is also a person who went to the battlefield, since he was attacked by a child." Already. In the past, before the current Uzumaki patriarch took the throne, he used to have a good relationship with the owner of the blacksmith shop. They used to travel together on missions, and their strengths were similar. However, the good times did not last long. The current Uzumaki clan leader and the blacksmith shop on the battlefield, and their opinions diverged. The blacksmith shop was seriously injured because of this, and his feet could not function normally as before. In the end, it was for this reason that the blacksmith shop owner started a blacksmith shop. In the eyes of the blacksmith, he still thinks about the Uzumaki clan. After all, his legs are dead, so he uses his hands to forge weapons for the Uzumaki clan. Lord Patriarch, the owner of the blacksmith shop, just received the latest news, saying that the child belongs to the Uchiha family. The burly man continued to explain. The Uchiha family. When the Uzumaki patriarch heard the three words Uchiha, his face suddenly became solemn. The Uchiha clan, together with the Senju clan, is the strongest clan in Sengoku, and all clans are very afraid of them. The Uzumaki family is naturally the same, although their own family is good at sealing. The former chief of the Uzumaki clan suffered from the Uchiha clan and suffered heavy casualties. Later, he narrowly escaped with his life. If it were not for the existence of the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan would have asked the Uzumaki clan to find out. With the existence of the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan did not have the extra energy to deal with the Uzumaki clan. In this way, the Uzumaki family escaped. At this moment, the current Uzumaki family heard the three words Uchiha. How could they not look solemn? That is a pervert family. Yes, the patriarch, that's what the blacksmith shop owner said. The burly man said in a deep voice. Patriarch Uzumaki stood up slowly, lingered for a few steps, stopped, and muttered with some doubts, "Isn't the Uchiha clan fighting with the Senju clan? The most important thing is, since Uchiha is not hostile." Thinking, the patriarchs of the Uzumaki clan are a bit confused. In their own perception, Uchiha is not like this. With their character, after the invasion, they will definitely give a big dismount. It implied that Uchiha was not that easy to mess with, but the result was the opposite. After the invasion, no one was killed, and nothing was lost according to the owner of the blacksmith shop. Then why did he invade? To brush his presence. Don't make trouble, in the current ninja world, who doesn't know about his Uchiha family? Unbelievable. The Uzumaki patriarch shook his head. He really Uchiha did such a thing, what's the point? Patriarch, what should we do next? The burly man said in a deep voice. Strengthen the detection power of the border. If you encounter abnormal things, report them immediately. The burly man nodded and said solemnly, I understand the patriarch. After that, he turned around and left in a hurry. Uchiha, your family is simply a monster. A child can silently sneak into the territory of our Uzumaki clan. And at this moment, the blacksmith shop. Like Chief Uzumaki, the owner of the blacksmith shop also had a solemn expression, sitting on the chair, silent. After a long time, I don't know what he thought of, he got angry and slammed the table hard. Damn it, when I tried so hard to get the weapon, it was taken away by a little boy. The blacksmith shop owner said angrily. Many years ago, the blacksmith shop owner got this weapon from the battlefield, fighting with the enemy, but God made a big joke with him in that war. His legs can no longer function normally, he can no longer go on the battlefield, and he can no longer use the weapons he has obtained. Out of selfishness, he did not report the weapon, but secretly hid it. However, he never imagined that one day the weapon would be stolen. The weapon that he had tried so hard to seize is now gone. How could he not be angry? Damn the Uchiha Wave clan. The blacksmith shop owner gritted his teeth, but even if he was angry, it was of no use. New book for collection, Flowers, monthly pass **. 25 My weapon has some temper too more for collection. At this time, Indra was also some distance away from Wuchao village. The sun was very strong at noon. Indra hid under a big tree, rested, drank some water, and looked ahead. After a while, under the refraction of the sun, a few dark shadows suddenly flashed, and Indra stood up instantly, a little wary. The next second, dozens of men in ninja uniforms appeared in front of Indra. However, in the eyes of dozens of men, this disappointment was evident. The white-haired man looked at Indra and couldn't help complaining, "I really don't understand, big brother, this little kid can have anything of value." Another man stepped forward and said softly to the white-haired man, "Second brother, don't blame the big brother. It is natural for the big brother to ask us to come down. Besides, we haven't robbed anything for several days." The white-haired man sneered, pointed at Indra and said, "Even if we haven't robbed anything for a few days, we can't mess around. Look at what this kid has." Indeed, the most valuable thing in Indra's body at this moment is probably the life-bearing scythe on their backs. Originally, Indra thought that he had met a ninja who did not know that family, but after their conversation, he learned that they were a group of robbers. "Hey!" The white-haired man waved his hand helplessly, took a few steps forward, and said to Indra in a deep voice, "Little brother, if you have anything valuable, take it out." "I'm sorry, maybe you guys are going to be disappointed, I don't have anything of value," Indra said calmly. The white-haired man gave Indra a deep look, feeling slightly shocked that a child could be so calm in the face of dozens of robbers. There was no trace of fear at all, and there seemed to be a trace of excitement in his eyes. Could it be that the person in front of him is a fool? The white-haired man shook his head. From the conversation just now, it was absolutely impossible for the child in front of him to be a fool, so what made him so calm? For a time, the white-haired man couldn't figure it out. Another man stepped forward and threatened Indra, "If you have nothing of value, then I will keep your life. I am tough, you may not be able to take it." Indra said calmly. "Ha ha." The white-haired man laughed a few times, patted the man in front of him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Forget it, I can see that this little brother has nothing of value. I'll go there with the eldest brother. Just explain." In the eyes of the white-haired man, he is not afraid of those who boast that he is very powerful and has a good background, but is afraid of meeting those who seem to be weak on the surface. Once his bottom line is triggered, death will pull you into the water. That kind of person. He didn't know what kind of person Indra belonged to, but he didn't want to try it. After all, the one in front of him was just a child, and there was really nothing valuable on him. "Second brother, are we going to run this trip in vain?" The man looked at the white-haired man a little unwillingly and said. The white-haired man chuckled and asked, "Or else you want to take something from him?" "Oh. That's all, let's count us unlucky." The man sighed, and quickly added, "I really like the weapon behind you, it belongs to me." "Weapon?" Indra was startled, then said with a wry smile, "My weapon is a bit temperamental, I'm afraid you won't be able to stand it." The man stepped forward, grinned and said, "It's a coincidence, I like weapons with temperament the most." Indra nodded, then removed the weapon from the back. "If that's the case, then try it." Indra let out a meaningful smile. At this moment, the white-haired man put his hand on the man's shoulder again, and said with a faint smile, "Fifth brother, forget it, leave this weapon to this little brother for self-defense." The man shrugged, flicked the white-haired man's hand away, and then said in a deep voice, "Chen, don't make any further progress, I'll let you go everywhere, I'm giving my big brother face, you think your second brother is amazing. What? When I call you, you are just the second brother, and when I don't call you, you are nothing. Don't forget, the eldest brother is my brother, and you are just my eldest brother's friend." At this moment, The man's anger finally erupted, and it was a burst of humiliation towards the white-haired man. New book for collection, Flowers *. 26 1 enemy 10 3 more flowers. Ask for flowers, a monthly pass, and a reward. Hearing this, the white-haired man smiled lightly, as if he didn't care at all. His face was still the same as before, slightly lazy, and said, "Well, you're right. This man has always held grudges against the white-haired man. If it wasn't for him, the second brother's position would have been firmly seated by himself. As soon as he appeared, it didn't matter if he couldn't take the second position. Even the third and fourth positions were occupied by the brother of the white-haired man, and he was ranked fifth. How could this convince him? After the white-haired man heard that, he stopped stopping and smiled helplessly. It seems that this is none of my business." Saying that, he turned around. The man took Indra's scythe and waved it casually, followed by a bloodthirsty expression, and said to Indra, "Go to hell." Scoff. The sickle blade of the sickle was instantly stained with bright red blood, and the blood fell on the dry ground along the blade peak. The man slowly lowered his head. At this moment, the sickle was bent, and the sickle blade penetrated directly through his abdomen. The man spit out a mouthful of blood in an instant, and said hesitantly, "This. What the hell is going on? Why is this happening?" As he said that, his body tilted slightly, and the whole person fell directly to the ground, the boss with his eyes wide open, just looking at the sky. At the last moment, he didn't know why his sickle was bent, and he didn't even think that his life would be lost here today. Indra sneered, picked up the scythe from the ground, and said, "It seems that this weapon still prefers me." The group of gangsters who saw the scene just now were all shocked and watched dumbly. When a voice sounded, they came back to their senses. The fifth brother was killed. The white-haired man naturally knew it, but his expression was still the same as before, as if it was none of his business. What the hell is going on with that weapon? Why did it bend down? Could it be that this kid is also a ninja, and he did some ninjutsu on the weapon? It makes sense, it must be so. Damn it, we must tear him to pieces. That's right. Second brother, order it. A burly man shouted. The white-haired man pondered, but did not speak. Damn it, I can't wait. As one of the men made a mark with both hands, he said silently, "Water style, snake gun." After that, he took a deep breath, followed closely in his mouth, spit out a cloud of water. The water turned into the shape of a snake, opened his mouth and bit towards Indra. "I don't know how much hatred I can get from killing these robbers." Indra muttered softly, and then waving the sickle in his hand, quickly jumped back. Dodge his water style, snake gun. At such a young age, his movements are quite agile. Watching Indra dodge his blow, the man muttered softly. Suddenly, at this moment, a voice suddenly remembered in the man's ear. "Here he is, be careful." As soon as the voice fell, a figure appeared above him. What? The man was stunned. He was still far away, and the blink of an eye was already in front of him. "See if you're worth it?" Indra shouted, holding the scythe in her hand, slamming it hard. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere, and everyone was split in half. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Since a single blow was executed. He is obviously a child, why does he have such a strong strength? How to do? For a while, they all panicked, and quickly turned their attention to the white-haired man. Not only were they shocked, but even the white-haired man at the moment was shocked. This is simply a monster in a child's skin. Just after Indra killed the robber, a message came in his mind. "Congratulations on killing a ninja, I got 0.5 hatred." What? 0.5? And this operation? Indra was a little stunned. It was a deep pit. I thought that there would be at least one hate value, but I didn't expect a 0.5. Forget it, mosquito legs are meat even when they are small. Indra muttered softly. Saying that, he waved the sickle in his hand and ran over quickly. Here, he's here again. Swish swish. Indra rushed the scythe into the robber group with the scythe in his hand. Bang bang bang. LOL. Go to hell. Suddenly, a man jumped into the air and slashed towards Indra with the knife in his hand. Indra raised her head. Sherinan, open. The eyes suddenly turned blood red, and the three Hokage turned at a high speed. New books for collection, flowers, all kinds of requests. Asterisk. 27 summoning for more for collection. Ask for flowers, ask for a variety of monthly tickets. After the man in mid-air looked at Indra, his pupils widened, and his entire body was instantly blocked. Indra's figure flashed, and without a doubt, the man above the air fell down, and he was lying on the ground just like the one before the blockade. His end, only death. Indra raised the knife and dropped it with a snort, blood splattered everywhere. He raised his head with a sneer, and in the blood-red eyes, the three Hokage was hanging. With a swipe, he threw the sickle. Sherinan. The white-haired man said subconsciously when he saw Indra's eyes. The white-haired man still knows the strength of the Uchiha clan, and the only people in the ninja world who can match him are the Senju clan. A man cast his eyes on the white-haired man and said in a deep voice, Sherinan, he is from the Uchiha family. The Uchiha family. Everyone thought that Indra was from the Uchiha clan, and suddenly everyone started to lie. To be an enemy of Uchiha is like an egg hitting a stone, it's just courting death. Second brother, what can I do? A man asked in a deep voice. Yeah, second brother, we can't afford to offend the Uchiha family. Another man continued. The white-haired man fell into contemplation. He guessed that if he let this man go like this, the consequences would be unimaginable. The only way was to kill him. The white-haired man wrinkled, and said in a deep voice, this person must not be let go, otherwise, we will surely die in the future. Faced with the fact that they thought he belonged to the Uchiha clan, Indra did not intend to argue, because he did not intend to let any of the people hear. Even if it is said that the hatred value obtained is less, it is better to have less than nothing. Everyone be careful, don't look him in the eyes. The white-haired man instructed. I know second brother. The crowd nodded. There are still 8 people left. I don't know what the strength of these 8 people is. If you want the first 2 people, it will be easier. Indra muttered. Go. The white-haired man shouted, and some people rushed towards Indra, and some people made marks on their hands and released ninjutsu. Get out of the way. The white-haired man suddenly shouted. Immediately following, the few people running towards Indra dodged instantly, followed by a few water jets flying towards Indra. Use the person in front to block my view, and then attack from behind? Don't forget, all your movements can't escape my Sherinan. Indra swung the scythe and jumped quickly. The white-haired man quickly made seals with his hands and said, Earth style, the palm of the earth. Boom. Behind Indra, the soil suddenly expanded and sprayed up, forming a huge mud palm, which quickly pressed down towards Indra. Lightning style, instant body technique. At the moment when the huge clay palm was slapped, Indra turned into a ball of lightning and disappeared instantly. Boom. The huge mud palm hit the ground, and the aftermath instantly brought a wave of strong airflow, and the smoke and dust quickly spread out. Did you get hit? A man asked softly. Because it was a hit. Another man replied. As soon as the man finished speaking, in the middle of the smoke, Indra swung a scythe in a circle and slashed directly at them. No, here it is, everyone be careful. After speaking, the white-haired man quickly formed a seal with his hands and said, Earth style, to be technique. In front of Indra, an earth wall rises rapidly. The next moment, the middle of the spit wall exploded instantly. Indra rushed out, and with a flick of the sickle, some quick response people reluctantly escaped. And the slow one, without a doubt, lost his life. One knife and two, there are 6 left. Indra waved the scythe, the blood of the blade, along the blade, fell on the dry ground. It seems that the strength is completely beyond my guess. At such a young age, the strength has reached such a terrifying level. When I grow up, it is estimated that no one can match it. The white-haired man said solemnly. Immediately after, the white-haired man picked up a sword from the ground and ran towards Indra with a stride. The hilt of the sickle hit the blade of the white-haired man, and there was a sudden bang. But what the white-haired man never expected was that the hilt of the sickle suddenly bent, and the blade stabbed directly at the white-haired man. The white-haired man was stunned and dodged a little by surprise, but his stomach was still lightly scratched. New book for collection, flowers, monthly pass. All kinds of requests. Asterisk. 28 A monster in a child's skin for flowers. Thanks to Shinigami for the reminder vote. He hurriedly flipped a few somersaults to the back, covered the wound on his abdomen with both hands, frowned involuntarily, and looked at Indra with a solemn expression. What is the origin of this knife? When he was scratched, the chakra on his body was sucked away a little. The white-haired man thought to himself. From childhood to adulthood, after countless battles, the white-haired man has never seen such a strange weapon, which can bend and be scratched when chakra. However, the white-haired man felt that this weapon was quite suitable for Indra, a weird weapon, and a monster in a child's skin. It was a perfect match. In the past, he would definitely have laughed, but now, he can't laugh anymore, and the lazy expression he had not long ago has stiffened. Indra's strength has completely let him figure out, if it is said that it is a mockery to die at the hands of a child. At this moment, Indra's face on the other side is not as good as that, but he is not because of the battle, but because he killed 4 people, and since he has only obtained a total of 1 point of hatred. That is to say, 2 of them have no hate value. Originally, he thought that mosquito legs would have flesh even when they were small, but that didn't seem to be the case. His mosquito legs were still somewhat meatless. FK. Indra murmured softly, and then turned his attention to the white-haired man. He remembered that it was introduced in the Hokage gift bag. By killing people of different levels, you can get hatred levels of different rewards. Judging from the skills he just showed, killing him will definitely get no less than 1 hatred, and there may even be more. Looks like it's going to be an all-out blow. The white-haired man muttered, his hands were sealed, and he said, summoning. Bang. A large cloud of white fog rose instantly, and when the white fog fell, a giant wolf appeared in front of Indra. He has brown hair, a huge body, and sharp teeth. As soon as he opened his mouth, he roared, and the saliva flowed out, making people look slightly nauseated. I see that you recently summoned me to play as a pet. The giant wolf roared at the white-haired man. The white-haired man waved his hand helplessly and said, how could it be? Just a child, you call me out, you are tired of living. The giant wolf retorted. The white-haired man frowned and said in a deep voice, Giant wolf, I thought the same thing before, but this kid is a monster in a child's skin. The giant wolf's eyes moved slightly towards the corner of his eyes, looking at the white-haired man underground. The next moment, it seemed to understand. The white-haired man thought that when he summoned the summoning beast, how could Indra be worried, but it turned out to be the other way around. He vaguely saw an inexplicable excitement in Indra's eyes. This is really a monster in a child's skin. The white-haired man muttered hesitantly. Come on, BD. The white-haired man nodded, then quickly formed a seal with his hands and shouted, Earth style, the palm of the earth. Earth style, the palm of the earth, is to use its own earth attribute, chakra, to create a huge palm attack. Behind Indra, the dirt instantly rose up and turned into a huge dirt palm. "Come on!" the white-haired man shouted, and immediately slapped his palm towards Indra. Indra jumped and wanted to jump out of the attack range of this huge palm, but at this moment, the white-haired man quickly formed a seal with his hands and said, "Earth style, earth wall technique." Boom, 4 walls suddenly rose up around Indra, trapping Indra inside. If you hit the palm of your hand at this moment, you will definitely hit Indra. Indra didn't intend to just let this palm pat, he waved the scythe in his hand and slashed directly at a wall next to him. Boom! Sounded. Indra rushed out directly, but the next moment, his eyes were dark, and suddenly, the giant wolf rushed over. "Attack me with the palm of your hand first, then use the wall to trap me when I want to escape from the palm of your hand. If you rush out, the giant wolf will attack." What a wonderful cooperation! Indra sneered. After all, he quickly waved his scythe to block the claws of the giant wolf. Due to inertia, Indra instantly flew upside down for dozens of meters. After a few somersaults in the air, Indra landed smoothly on the ground, with both feet rubbing against the ground, and stopped after a while. "Okay, then it's me." Indra shouted, jumped, and suddenly several shuriken appeared in his hand, and then threw it. Swish swish. Seeing Indra throwing his shuriken, the white-haired man shouted, "Giant wolf." The giant wolf nodded and said, "Understood." Immediately following, the giant wolf quickly blocked the front of the white-haired man. Just then, Indra let out a meaningful smile. New books for collection, flowers, all kinds of requests. Asterisk. 29 I am the weakest one. 2 more. The shuriken turned, and suddenly the direction was crooked. Seeing this scene, the giant wolf was suddenly a little stunned, and then laughed, "Little devil, your shuriken is good." "Really? I feel the same way." Indra grinned, then muttered again. Fire style, Hot Wheels. The outside of the shuriken floating in the air was immediately wrapped in flames, and its power was greatly increased. When it was spinning, a stream of air flowed out involuntarily. And this is because of the air current. The shuriken with flames turned again. Looking at the shuriken in front of him, a flame suddenly appeared, the direction turned right again, and flew towards him. The giant wolf was startled, quickly turned his head, slapped the white-haired man, and quickly dodged himself. The next second, when the flaming shuriken inserted into the ground, it was not like an ordinary shuriken, and nothing happened. When the flaming shuriken was inserted into the ground, it exploded in an instant, and the dust mist quickly dispersed. After the white-haired man was shot, he fell to the ground, then quickly got up, looked at the explosion range not far away, and said with a bit of confusion, "What's going on?" The giant wolf flicked the stone that exploded and fell on him, and then said to the white-haired man in a deep voice, "I know that after the shuriken is injected into chakra, the airflow will change the direction of the orbit, so it is judged in advance that the airflow will change the location after that." "You mean, he knew that after the shuriken was injected into chakra, it would affect the trajectory, so he deliberately threw the shuriken?" The white-haired man said, slightly in shock. "The meaning is similar," the giant wolf said in a deep voice. After hearing this, the white-haired man fell into shock again. What kind of training did the child in front of him have received, and even more aspects have reached the level of pervert? At such a young age, he already possesses such pervert strength, and the white-haired man dares not look like him when he grows up. It seems that we have encountered a very difficult problem," the white-haired man said in a deep voice. "BD, it's your fault, too, for putting on him." The giant wolf scolded the white-haired man. The white-haired man waved his hand helplessly and complained, who knew that he seemed to be the same as an ordinary child, yet his strength was so strong. If it is said that the white-haired man can go back to an hour ago, he will definitely not take on this shitty mission. What shitty robber, and in turn will be chased and beaten by a child. BD, your subordinates have been killed. The giant wolf looked at the other side of the smoke and said in a deep voice. The white-haired man nodded solemnly, and said Kaido in a deep voice, it was also expected to be killed. Hey! Indra pulled out the scythe from the robber, and complained, 9, I have already killed 9 to get a hatred of 1.5, how unlucky I am. After killing 9 people and getting a hatred of 1.5, Indra was about to despair. He didn't feel how weak these robbers were. Why was it only worth 0.5 in his judgment, and some of them didn't even have 1? Suddenly, at this time, in the smoke that was about to dissipate, the white-haired man, holding a long sword, rushed out, and a cold light flashed, approaching Indra. After Indra found out, she reacted quickly. Holding the scythe, he threw it at him. Boom! The two weapons collided, and both took a few steps back due to inertia. But in the blink of an eye, the two quickly rushed up again. Boom! 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 Are all of you Uchiha clan so terrifying? At such a young age, you have such strength. In the middle of the fight, the white-haired man couldn't help but ask. Indra didn't want to explain that he wasn't from the Uchiha clan, so he fooled, it's okay, although I'm the weakest compared to children of my age, but when I fight with you, I find that I'm quite strong. What? The man was startled, and then quickly said, you mean, you are the weakest child of your age? Seeing the expression of the white-haired man, Indra wanted to laugh inexplicably, and said, that's right. The weakest among children of the same age? Am I being a fake ninja, or are you Uchiha clan all perverts? The white-haired man thought to himself. You seem to be a little distracted. Indra said with a chuckle, then held the scythe and struck hard. Bang! The white-haired man took a few steps back. Ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for all kinds. Asterisk. 30 The robber's reinforcement for flowers. I'm still very confident about physical skills. Indra said in a deep voice. Of course, Indra is not bragging about himself, after all, he has completely inherited the outstanding talent of Sage of Six Paths. Hearing Indra's words, the white-haired man smiled faintly and added, I've already learned that, whether it's ninjutsu or taijutsu, you are very good. It's not an exaggeration to call it a genius. Saying that, the white-haired man glanced around again, frowning involuntarily, just before he competed with Indra in physique. The white-haired man negotiated with the giant wolf, and when he was fighting Indra, it was the master who was responsible for finding the right time and pounced on it. However, I have been fighting for a while, let alone jumping up, and I can't even see a shadow now. Are you looking for the giant wolf? Indra asked. The white-haired man was stunned for a moment, then smiled faintly. How could he casually admit the plan he negotiated with the giant wolf, so he did not answer Indra's question at this moment. Ended. The end. The white-haired man sneered, as if he had heard a big joke. The white-haired man admits that Indra is a well-deserved genius, but, based on his years of experience in going through great storms, it's not certain who will survive and have the last laugh. Having said that, after the battle just now, he found that Indra's strength was similar to his own, not to mention that he had summoning beasts, which greatly increased his winning rate. SHH. The white-haired man pointed the sword in his hand at Indra, but in the next second, the sword suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Why is this happening? The white-haired man kept staring at his palm. The next moment, Indra said calmly, Don't tell me. Haven't you realized that you have fallen into my illusion? As soon as Indra finished speaking, the surrounding scene changed instantly, and they instantly came to the endless ocean. Illusion? When did I get an illusion? The white-haired man was stunned for a moment. Bean-sized beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he said in a panic. The white-haired man basically didn't know much about illusions, and it was the first time that he had been used illusions. However, he had heard of Uchiha's illusions before, and if he was hit with illusions, he was basically killed out of 10. What made him even more desperate was that he still didn't know how to remove the illusion. If he knew, he could try to remove it, but at this moment, he didn't even have the chance to try it, so how could he not despair? When you and the antibody technique, when I said that I was the weakest of the Uchiha clan, you still remember that you and I looked at each other? Indra said in a deep voice. At that time, the white-haired man took a step back, and he didn't know if it was because he was too stimulated or something else, and he suddenly laughed. What a joke. The white-haired man clenched his fist unwillingly, and hit Indra, but when he touched Indra, he went straight through. It's useless, you can't escape my illusion. Indra said calmly. I don't believe it. The white-haired man turned around again and waved his fists desperately, but it was all in vain, and he couldn't hit Indra at all. I said just now that it's all over. Thump. The white-haired man instantly knelt to the ground and smiled hideously. In reality. Bang. 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 There is no doubt that Indra is fighting the giant wolf at the moment, and with a screeching sound, Indra's scythe slashed on the wolf's fur. The giant wolf roared, took a few steps back, looked at Indra hideously, and then kept roaring. The sound startled the birds in the surrounding forest to spread their wings. No, this is calling for help. Indra said solemnly. It seems that it needs to be resolved quickly, otherwise, the consequences will be very difficult. Indra frowned, and he meditated again quickly. Fire-style great fireball technique. Indra said silently, then took a deep breath, followed by a rapid burst of flames. The flames flew directly towards the giant wolf. Seeing this, the giant wolf quickly ran towards Zemian. Taking advantage of the giant wolf not paying attention to himself, Indra jumped quickly, the sickle flashed, and the white-haired man instantly turned into two halves. After beheading the white-haired man, a message came from Indra's mind. Congratulations on killing a ninja and gaining 5 hatred points. New books for collection, flowers, all kinds of requests. Asterisk. 31 My brother is very powerful for collection. At 5 o'clock, the meat of this mosquito's leg is fine. Indra said softly. Indra, who got 1.5 hatred after beheading 9 people, felt that getting 5 hatred was the conscience of the Hokage spree. Bang, bang. Boom. After seeing the white-haired man being beheaded, the giant wolf quickly ran towards Indra. The heavy footsteps made Indra feel that the ground shook slightly. Indra doesn't want to fight anymore. If he waits for reinforcements from this group of bandits, he can't bear it. Lightning style, instant body technique. Tsitsize. Indra instantly turned into a ball of blue-white lightning, and after floating in mid-air, it disappeared instantly. Then, not far away, Indra suddenly appeared again, and was separated from the giant wolf by several miles. After the giant wolf noticed Indra's chakra, he ran after him again. Indra frowned and used the lightning-style instant body technique, which consumes a lot of physical energy. The reason why the body is so fast is because of the burden it brings to the body when using it. Immediately following, Indra didn't pay much attention to it, and suddenly ran quickly. Just when he turned his head to take a look, in the place where the fight was just now, he vaguely saw where dozens of people were standing. Indra turned her head and muttered, I knew that guy was calling for help, and how, I ran fast. A few seconds later, there were several hawks calling from the sky, and Indra couldn't help but turn her head and look towards the sky. At this time, several huge eagles were flying in the sky, and above the eagle's head, Indra faintly saw the figure. Running is definitely better than flying. Just looking at it like this, Indra can know that the distance is slowly getting closer. Indra frowned again and muttered, this time it seems to be tricky, and being caught up will definitely not have any good results. Indeed, he killed one of them, the second brother, and the fifth brother. Their identities were all at the senior level. If they killed two seniors, how could their leader be willing to give up? A black shadow suddenly flashed across the sky, and Indra looked up at the sky. At this time, the eagle was already above, and several figures quickly jumped down. In just a few minutes, I was caught up. Indra smiled wryly. Suddenly, at this moment, there was a loud voice. Earth-style swamp. As soon as the voice fell, Indra had already noticed that the soil under his feet and the surrounding soil instantly turned into a swamp, and the area was not small. This is enough to see that his strength is not simple. Fire style, fire dragon technique. Indra muttered silently, then took a deep breath, and quickly spewed a burst of flame from his mouth, burning these swamps, but only the surface was dry. But this is enough for Indra. After all, he quickly ran around again. I still want to run. Stop him! The man behind shouted. The eagle called out a few times in the air, then spread its wings and flew towards Indra quickly. The eagle opened his mouth and aimed directly at Indra. Forcing me? Indra said in a deep voice, and he couldn't care less at this moment. Lightning style, instant body technique. At that critical moment, Indra disappeared in an instant, and eagle took a bite of mud. After not far from the shuttle, Indra shouted again, lightning style, instant body technique. Lightning style, instant body technique. Lightning style, instant body technique. After using it 40 or 50 times in a row, Indra didn't know where he went. He turned around and found that it was not a forest anymore. Behind him was a village, and before Indra could see clearly, he lay on the ground. The eagle's blow blinded all the robbers, and Indra's chakra disappeared completely. The robber boss frowned and scolded the eagle, I didn't even cut him into 8 pieces, so you just ate him. The eagle stretched his neck, facing the gangster's boss, and scolded, BD, are you blind? I didn't eat him. Didn't eat? Where's the person? Robber Laudeo. Ran. Run. The robber boss was startled. For him, this blow was far more severe than being eaten by this eagle. BD. The robber boss beat the big tree next to him. The tree shook a few times, and its leaves fell. I don't know how long it took. Indra slowly opened his eyes. What appeared in front of him was not the blue sky, but the ceiling. He thought he had seen it wrong, and quickly rubbed his eyes. But all you see is the ceiling. He quickly sat up and found himself lying on the bed in the room. The room was not big, about 20 square meters. There are a lot of things in the room, it seems that the room is very small, very small. Where is this place? Indra said subconsciously. Slowly climbed out of bed, stood up, walked over, pushed open the door of the room. After walking a few steps, he directly opened the door of the hall. Suddenly, the house, farmland, and river were reflected in Indra's eyes. This is the village I saw earlier. Indra muttered softly. This village is not big, there are about 30 or 40 families, and there are many people busy in the farmland at the moment. 2 children of the same age as Indra saw Indra, who had just walked out of the door, and immediately ran towards Indra. You're awake? A little boy asked Indra. Well. Indra nodded and said, did you bring me back? The little boy nodded and said, yeah, when my sister and I went there yesterday to catch fish, I saw you lying there and carried you back. The grandma showed you and said you were fine. You will wake up after a day or 2 of rest. Thank you, Indra said softly. The little boy smiled lightly and said, it's okay, it's a small matter, my name is Weltsuk. Then he pointed to his sister next to him and said, this is my sister, Jingyi. His sister seemed to be a little afraid of strangers, hid behind her brother, stuck her head out, and said softly, hello, Big brother. Indra nodded, smiled faintly, and then said, Indra. Do you feel any discomfort? Izuku asked. No, I feel better. Then let's go catch fish, I know the fish in that place are very big. Wellbore said excitedly. Indra pondered for a while, but without rejecting, nodded in agreement. For this village, Indra felt that he could rest here for a few days, and then continue to earn hatred points. Soon after, Wells and the others took Indra to a very wide stream, and behind Indra were a group of other children. Indra, do you know ninjas? Izuku asked softly. Indra froze for a moment, nodded and said, I understand. Izutsu turned around, and while walking, he gestured, I tell you, my brother is a ninja, he is amazing, right, sister? Jingyi nodded his cute head. It seems that with the word ballistic ninja, the group of children behind started to get excited, and hurried to the front. Well Bach, you are bragging, my brother is more powerful than your brother. A slightly fat child said towards the well-boar. You bullshit, my brother is the best. Izuku retorted his words. I'm not talking nonsense, my brother said that your brother can't beat him. The slightly fat man said with his hands on his hips. Itsuki's face was slightly flushed, so he ignored him and asked Indra, Indra, do you want to be a ninja? Indra smiled bitterly, it doesn't matter if it's wrong. I told you that ninjas are cool. I heard from my brother that ninjas can breathe fire and water from their mouths. When my brother comes back, I must ask him to teach me. If Indra wants to learn, I can teach my brother to teach you too. Izutsu said to Indra while gesturing. My brother is more powerful and can teach you more things. The slightly fat man also said to Indra. Indra smiled bitterly and said for a long time that these two guys just wanted to show off how good their brother was. Forget it, I don't think I have this talent, just learn it yourself. Indra chuckled. The number of chapters has increased, and the number of chapters may be reduced a little. In addition, ask for flowers, ask for a monthly pass, and ask for all kinds of things. Asterisk. 32 Killing at night for flowers. 3000 words chapter, ask for a wave of flowers. No, my brother said, you can learn even if you are talented, Izuku explained to Indra slowly. Indra had no choice but to nod. If he was talking about not being gifted to learn, he believed that these children would continue to revolve around this topic. Let's stop talking about this topic, let's go catch fish. Indra said softly. After getting along for a long time, Indra also got a general idea of some things. His brother is a ninja. As for the strength of the well-boar, he said that he was very powerful, but he didn't know the actual situation. I heard that there were originally hundreds of families in this village, known as the Jing family. The ethnic group was not large. There were more than 100 ninjas who could fight at that time. One day, all the ninjas in this village were hired by the big family to go to the battlefield. After a battle, only dozens of them came back alive. Many people moved out of the village because their husbands did not come back. Over the years, the number of people in this village has been greatly reduced, and hundreds of families have become 50 or 60, and there are few people who can master ninjutsu. Up to now, there are only 30 or 40 families left in this village, and the only ones who know ninjutsu are Izuku's elder brother and the slightly fat elder brother. However, their older brother was still hired by other families to go to the battlefield, but fortunately, they would come back every few days to report safety, stay for one night, and then leave in a hurry. The sky was getting darker. Indra and Izutsu and the others also returned home. Wellbows. Indra called softly from inside the room. Weltsuk walked in slowly and asked suspiciously, What's wrong, Indra? Did you see a long sickle when you brought me back? Indra asked. When he just woke up before, he didn't pay attention. When they carried themselves back, They also brought back the weapons. However, after fumbling around in this room for a while, I didn't see the sickle, so I asked. Well, Tsuk shook his head and said, when we lifted it back up, didn't we see anything around you? That's right. Indra nodded, her face a little dignified. If an ordinary weapon was fine, it was a weapon with life. There are not many ninjutsu skills in this village. Normally, no one can take it. Indra thought about it, but still felt that she had a higher chance of getting lost when she used the instant body technique. Is the sickle important to you? Izuku asked curiously. Forget it. Indra smiled faintly, there is no way to lose it. Izuku smiled, then said to Indra, wait, I'll be right back. After saying that, he turned around quickly and ran out of the door. Brother, where are you going? Jingyi shouted while looking at his brother's back, and then ran out quickly. After a moment, well, Tsukasa ran in and said to Indra with a slight smile, guess what I brought you? Indra froze for a moment, then shook her head slightly. Well, Tsuk hurriedly brought out what was behind him, and said to Indra with a grin, for you? Like it or not? Indra looked at the thing in Wel's hands, the corner of her mouth twitched, she took it slowly, nodded, and said, well, I quite like it. Looking at the scythe in his hand, Indra smiled wryly. Yes, he really likes scythes, but the kind of scythe that he likes is the one used in the battlefield, not the one used to cut crops. I just got this sickle from my grandmother. She has a lot of them at home. I gave this to me, and I'll bring it to you. Well, Tsuk wrapped his head around the back of his head and chuckled lightly. Let's take it back to that old lady, I can't use it now. Indra smiled slightly. Izuku was stunned for a moment, and asked curiously, why? Now that I'm here, I'm going to borrow it from Grandma. Indra said calmly. Okay then. Izutsu took the sickle from Indra's hand, turned around, and returned it to the old grandmother. Late at night? Everything around was extraordinarily quiet, but at this moment, screams and shouts came from outside, breaking the silence. Bang! 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 After a while, there was a knock on the well-bore's door. Small tube! Small tube! After shouting and shouting several times in a row, Izuku crawled out of bed hazy, rubbing his eyes and saying to the door, what's wrong? Something happened. The person outside said in a panic. Something happened. Well, Tsuk was stunned, walked over quickly, and opened the door. At this moment, a middle-aged man with sweating profusely appeared in front of the well-bore. His breathing was a little short, and after taking a breath, he put his hand on the well-bore's shoulder and said, from now on, close the window and close the door tightly, you can only open the door when I come to tell you to open the door, understand? Jingzuo was startled and asked, Uncle, what happened? That stupid big guy from the village next door has gone crazy. The people in the opposite village have already been killed by dozens of people. I'm afraid that he will come over to our village. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, his expression was very serious. Dignified. Izuku nodded in panic. Don't worry, with our adults here, everything will be fine. The middle-aged man patted Wellbore's shoulder. Then he turned around and quickly walked to another house and knocked on the door. The Wellbore quickly closed them. Just in case, he moved the table and stools to the front door. This stupid big guy had a little holiday with him before, but it was all a year ago. Before that, the silly big guy grabbed the food from the Wellbore, and was later taught a good lesson by the big brother of the Wellbore. I hope you don't remember. Izuku sighed as he moved the table. At this moment, his brother was not at home, and he was very afraid that the big fool would come over and settle accounts with himself. Indra naturally woke up, but he was too lazy to get up and kept lying on the bed with his eyes closed. Jingyi slowly stuck out his head from another room, and said uneasily, Brother. After closing the doors and windows, Jingtong slowly walked to his sister's side and comforted, "Don't be afraid, brother will protect you when you are here." Ichi nodded. "Okay, let's go back to sleep, my brother can just watch the night here." Well, Tsuk himself was scared to death at the moment, but he couldn't let his sister know. "Brother, I don't dare to sleep alone," Jingyi said softly. Wells thought for a while, then ran into the room where Indra was sleeping and said, "Indra, help me." Indra pretended to rub her eyes and asked, "What are you busy with?" "Something happened outside, I'm keeping watch, my sister doesn't dare to sleep, you and my sister can sleep." Well, Tsuk said in a deep voice. His sister is about 6 to 7 years old, with black hair tied into 2 big braids, a chubby face, and a very cute smile. Indra nodded. Izutsu smiled faintly at Indra, and then he walked out, while Jingyi climbed into the bed and lay down. Indra didn't intend to sleep, but he wanted to go out and see what was going on. But all of this has to wait until the little girl in front of her is asleep before she can act. After a while, Jingyi fell asleep. Indra gently got up from the bed, and said softly, "Clone technique." Bang! A sound. A clone with the exact same length as Indra appeared, and Indra then quickly muttered, "Lightning style, instant body technique." In the blink of an eye, Indra disappeared from the room. When he came outside, Indra didn't find anything unusual, but when Indra turned around, he found another village not far from this village. A thick fire broke out, and at the intersection of the village, a group of middle-aged men held shovels and hoes in their hands. They were all afraid of the stupid big man in their mouths and ran over here to do it. Thing, just standing there. Let's go and have a look. Maybe you can get an unexpected hatred value. Indra murmured softly, and then, using the instant body technique, he arrived at the opposite village. At this moment, half of the village is in a state of dilapidation, and many rooms are already burning with thick fires. And at this moment, in the center of the village, a group of people are fighting with a burly man. And the weapon in the hand of the burly man is Indra's scythe. It seems that this trip was worth it. My sickle was taken away by the speedy. Indra jumped and jumped over. Fell behind the burly man. Suddenly, the woman behind the fighting man saw Indra. "Whose child ran out?" "Where?" said another woman. "Look, there." The woman pointed to Indra behind the burly man. "He seems to be walking towards that lunatic." "Whose child? Don't die." 3000 character chapter, asking for flowers, asking for flowers. Asterisk. 33 consequences for collection, flowers. The women were talking about Indra, thinking it was the family who didn't keep the child and let him run away. "Child, run!" a middle-aged man shouted at Indra. Faced with their shouts, Indra ignored them, and stopped when he was a few meters away from the big stupid man. "Since the chaos is taken, I think you don't take me seriously, do you?" Indra said in a deep voice. As soon as his words came out, the sickle in the big stupid man's hand suddenly softened and bent. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, unable to figure out why the sickle became soft. After hearing the sound, the stupid big man laughed, not taking the sickle's softness seriously at all, turned around, and walked towards Indra slowly. With a smirk, he raised the bent scythe in his hand and slashed towards Indra. "Go away, Laozi is going to teach it a lesson." Indra said in a deep voice. Her figure changed, and she threw the fool away with one foot, and took the sickle back into her hands. Immediately following, Indra jumped and quickly left the village. Everyone looked at Indra's back, stunned for a moment. Suddenly, someone shouted, "That lunatic is running away." Everyone quickly turned around, and immediately chased up with the shovel and hoe in their hands. That fool was able to kill so many people all of a sudden because of the sickle. Once the sickle was lost, coupled with his IQ problem, it was only a matter of minutes for others to kill. And at this moment, on the other side of the village, a white light flashed instantly, and with a bang, a big hole was blown out. "Do you dare to mess around?" Indra asked towards the sickle below the pit. When he was in the basement before, Indra had to control chakra, so he released a little thunderbolt, but this time it was different, and a big thunderball was thrown directly. After Indra's voice fell, the sickle jumped a few times quickly. After this time, the sickle would never dare to be so foolish, because it also has life. Once the weapon is destroyed, there is no doubt that he will also lose his life. With the sickle in his hand, Indra returned to the original room and saw Jingyi, who was still sleeping, as well as the standing avatar. The next second, with a bang, the clone turned into a cloud of white mist and disappeared. Indra put the sickle under the bed, and then walked out towards the living room. At this moment, the boy from Weltsu said that he was going to watch the night, but now he was leaning against the wall and fell asleep. Indra shook his head with a wry smile, patted his shoulder, and said, "Well, wake up." After being patted by Indra like this, the well-boar jumped up and rubbed against the wall. When he saw clearly that Indra was in front of him, he breathed a sigh of relief, rubbed his eyes, and said softly, "It's you, you scared me to death." As he said that, he tugged hard on his arm, using the pain to lift himself up. "Why did I fall asleep?" Izuku murmured. "It's all right, you can go back and have a good sleep," Indra said calmly. Jingtong was stunned for a moment, and then said, "No, I'll just stay here and watch the night." The big stupid guy left a deep impression on Well-boar. He was afraid that he would go back to sleep. If he came to the door, he would even lose the chance to call for help. Indra smiled lightly, and naturally knew what Jingzuo was worried about, so he calmly said, "Don't worry, I have just heard people outside say that the fool has been subdued." "Really?" Izuku asked excitedly. Indra nodded. After listening to Indra's words, Izuku felt that the big stone that was pressing in his heart finally fell. "That's great." At this moment, a smile finally squeezed out of Izutsu's sad face, and then he continued, "That lunatic should have been punished a long time ago, and it will be a scourge to keep it. After I learn ninjutsu in the future, I have to kill all these people." Indra just smiled faintly and said nothing. "Okay, Indra, you go back to sleep too. After I clean up here, I also go back to sleep," Izuku said softly. The next day, a mysterious child suddenly appeared last night, and the story of defeating a madman with one blow has spread to the ears of this family with only 30 or 40 families. The slightly fat child ran to the well-boar's house and saw the well-boar, who was having breakfast at the moment, and asked out of breath, "Well-boar, Well-boar, have you heard of that incident?" Well, Tsukasa glanced at the slightly fat man and said, "I heard, what's wrong?" The slightly fat boy walked over, took the well-boar's hand, ducked aside, and said softly, "Who do you think it is?" After listening to the fat boy's words, Jingtong was a little stunned and said, "Who do you think it is? Wasn't that crazy man from the next village doing things last night?" "No." "Well, that's not what I said. Ask for flowers. All kinds of requests. Asterisk. 34 You suspect it is him for collection." Jing Sui rolled his eyes at the slightly fat boy and said, "Then that one you're talking about." The slightly fat man leaned against Well-boar's ear and said, "We're talking about a mysterious kid who defeated that madman yesterday." Jingtong was slightly stunned, and suddenly became interested, and said, Who is that mysterious child?" The slightly fat boy shook his head and said, "I don't know." After hearing this, Jingzuo was a little disappointed. His current mood is like, there is a pile of food on the table, he can see it, but he can't eat it. The kind that tastes unpleasant. Seeing the appearance of the well, the slightly fat man followed closely and said softly, "Well, I listened to the guesses of the adults, saying that it was made by Indra. Izutsu laughed lightly when he heard what the chubby boy said. Kaido, it's impossible, we were all together last night. Is it? The slightly chubby boy circled the back of his head, and the words of the well-boar made his suspicions completely give up. It was at this time that Indra, who was eating breakfast, changed her expression in an instant and looked at the roof. Da-da. On the roof, there was a sound of footsteps, and then a figure flashed past and landed at the door of the well-boar house. Indra also stood up quickly, staring at the man at the door, and after hearing the movement, Izuku and the others also looked towards the door. When he saw the man outside, the corner of Jingzuo's mouth rose instantly and said, "Brother, it's you who's back." Saying that, he moved and rushed towards his brother. And Jingyi, who was on the dining table, also put down the bowls and chopsticks in his hand, and walked towards his elder brother. It turned out to be Izuku's brother. Indra thought to himself, he had an enemy other than him, and it was a false alarm. "Brother Jingman, is my brother back?" the slightly fat boy said to Jingman, the elder brother of the well-boar. Jingman glanced at the boy, then grinned and said, "It's Xiaopang, yes, your brother is back too." After listening to Jingman's words, the slightly chubby man ran out. He couldn't wait to see his brother. Seeing the well gate, Indra also politely greeted and said, "My name is Indra, and I am a friend of well-boar." After taking a few glances at Indra, Jingman nodded with a grin and said, "Jingman, brother of Jingbo. Brother, didn't you teach me ninjutsu after you came back?" Izutsu pouted at the well gate and said. Jingman stroked his brother's head and said with a faint smile, "Okay, when you get to the place before, my brother will teach you right away." For his younger brother, Jingman has always been caring, and what his younger brother wants, he will do his best to satisfy him. "Yeah." Izutsu nodded, and then continued, "Brother, you can teach Indra, he is my friend." "Yes." Jingman said softly. At this moment, Indra added a sentence and said, "I don't need it, I'm not interested in ninjutsu, I just want to live a normal life." Izuku was stunned for a moment and explained to Indra, "Indra is very good at learning ninjutsu, do you really want to learn it?" Indra smiled and nodded, he was afraid that he would go over and frighten them to death. Izuku continued to persuade him for a while, but Indra refused, and finally ran out by himself. Afterwards, Jingyi tugged at the sleeve of Jingman, looked up at his brother, and said softly, "Brother, Xiaoi also has to learn." Jingman nodded with a smile, and then said, Go with the well, go to the original place and wait for your brother, I guess the fat brother and so on will also go there." Before, Jingman and that chubby older brother had also taught them, but only taught them how to extract chakra, but none of them had learned it. Jingyi nodded, then followed behind and ran out. Indra smiled at the well gate and walked out. Not long after, I came to the place the wellman said. It was actually a yard with a big tree and many stone platforms below it. As for what it was used for before, Indra didn't know. The yard is surrounded by fences. At this moment in the yard, in addition to the well-boar, many other children also passed by. When Indra came not far from them, she stopped, climbed a tree, and lay down. At this moment, Jing Qing, the fat boy's elder brother, walked up to the well gate and said with a chuckle, "I heard from my idiot brother that a child of unknown origin came to your family. Is the origin unknown? Just pretend that his origin is unknown." Jing Qing smiled slightly, and added, "Did you hear them say that the madman in the next village went crazy last night and massacred many people in their village?" After Jingman heard the news, his pupils shrank instantly and said, "There is this." Jing Qing nodded and continued, "However, according to them, he was defeated by a mysterious child with one blow. So you suspect it's him?" Jingman said. "Uh-huh. Ask for a wave of flowers, ask for a wave of collections." Asterisk. 35. Attack the village. The battle starts. 2 more for collection. Please ask for a wave of flowers, readers. After hearing what they said, I have a general understanding that the child was in a coma the day before yesterday and was carried back by the well boar. He is a suspicious person in the village these days, so I dare to conclude that the mysterious child they speak of has something to do with him. Jing Qing can almost be said to be an all-rounder. He is excellent in either aspect. On the battlefield, many times they have relied on Jing Qing's wisdom to save their lives. Listening to Jing Qing's reasoning, Jingmen chuckled lightly and said, however, I can also conclude that he is not bad-hearted, otherwise, he would not have rescued the people in the next village. Hope it? But then again, how's Ituto's learning going? Jing Qing put aside the question about the mysterious child and asked about Izuku's situation. What else can I do? I can't even feel the chakra in my body now. Jingmen waved his hand helplessly. Where's your little chubby? When mentioning the slightly fat man, Jing Qing looked helpless and said, don't mention it, it's not all the same as well boar. As soon as they said this, the two laughed helplessly. After a long time, Indra was lying on the tree, eyes closed, thinking about where to go next, but when it made him a little helpless, he didn't know the way, and, most importantly, it wasn't the same world he used to be. In the past, if you didn't know the road and navigation, if you didn't know the road here, you just walked blindly. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Indra's mind. He sat up instantly and muttered, yeah, Izuku's older brothers are all ninjas hired by other families. If he follows them to the battlefield, then let alone 100 hate worth, tens of thousands are easy to get. What? Indeed, if you ask, there is another place where you can earn hatred more easily than the battlefield, and the answer is, absolutely not. Of course, there are also huge risks with great interests. It is not an easy task to survive on the battlefield. However, the road on the battlefield is definitely a shortcut among shortcuts. Now that you've decided, tell him at night. Indra said, and he lay down again, closing his eyes. I don't know how long it took until an explosion woke Indra from the dream. He hurriedly sat up and took one end at the very front of the village, where a raging fire broke out. What's the matter? Indra was startled, and quickly jumped down from the tree. In the raging fire, dozens of figures suddenly appeared. Looking at the figure, Indra had a bad premonition and muttered, it won't be that group of robbers chasing after him. However, when they came out of the flames, it was clear that it was not the group of robbers. Indra, come here. Well, Sui beckoned to Indra. Indra nodded, walked over and asked, what's going on? Izuku shook his head and said he didn't know either. Now the two older brothers are running towards the raging fire, shouting the villagers of this village to run towards Indra's group. And they are blocking in front. If the opponent's strength is weaker, they can completely block it, but if the opponent's strength is a little worse than them, then it is conceivable that it is impossible for two people to block more than a dozen people. Matter. It's too reckless to let a group of children be here. Indra murmured involuntarily. Jing Qing and Jing Men had already reached their side. When they saw the group of people, Jing Qing and Jing Men were stunned. The man in front of them, they knew, was stabbed in one of his eyes while on the battlefield, and later, he died and was rescued. Jingmen and the others never thought that they would meet them here. Boy, I haven't seen you for a while. The one-eyed dragon grinned and said towards Jing Qing's Jingmen. Why? You know this? Jingmen said solemnly. Why can't I know this? The one-eyed dragon chuckled, I tell you, today, you two, and anyone in this village will be buried with my eye. Try if you dare. Jingmen instantly pulled out the kunao from his waist and faced the one-eyed dragon. Do you think it's still the same as before? The one-eyed dragon sneered. When they were on the battlefield that day, it was as if the situation was reversed at the moment. There were a dozen people in the well gate, and there were only a few in the one-eyed dragon. If it wasn't for the reinforcements coming from behind, it would be terrifying, and the one-eyed dragon would have already died in their hands. New book for collection. Asterisk. 36 Lend your shovel for use 3 more flowers. Seeking a wave of flowers. The one-eyed dragon, who was lucky enough to survive, did not intend to let it go, so in the next battle, he captured a prisoner at the well gate and asked for some information about the well gate and them. Then I followed it and came here, and then, there is such a scene now. The one-eyed dragon waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Go on, kill them for me, and then give it to 1 or 2 people who are responsible for killing anyone in this village." "You dare?" Jingmen scolded. The one-eyed dragon also ignored it and ordered it to go on. A man on the side of the one-eyed dragon jumped in an instant and ran in the direction of Indra. But at this moment, Jingmen jumped in an instant, holding Kunao, trying to block the ninja's way, but, unexpectedly, the one-eyed dragon also came to Jingmen's side in an instant, and said solemnly, "Your opponent is me." With a sound of bang, the two Kunao slammed into each other, and there was a spark of anger. "Jing Cheng!" Jingmen shouted, and then looked in Jing Cheng's direction, but at this moment Jing Cheng was also in a hard fight and could not support them at all. The one-eyed man was very fast, and he was in front of Indra in dozens of seconds. Except for Indra, everyone took a few steps back in fright, with expressions of panic on their faces. I don't know who, suddenly pulled Indra to the back, followed by a group of middle-aged men, with shovels in their hands. Already Hose came to the front. The man showed a bloodthirsty expression towards the group of people and said, "I like to kill these powerless garbage the most." Indra was behind, and it was obvious that some middle-aged men began to tremble. "Go away, we are here to block them." A middle-aged man instructed the person behind him. "Jing Yi, Indra, let's go." Jing Sui shouted, took his sister's hand, and wanted to leave, but when he saw Indra still standing there, he asked again, "Indra, go, if you don't go, it will be too late." Indra turned her head slowly, smiled at the well-boar, and said, "To tell you the truth, I'm actually a ninja too." At this moment, Jingtong couldn't help but have a thought of wanting to fight Indra. It's time, since he still has the heart to joke with himself. "Indra, this is not the time to be joking, hurry up and run." Izutsu ordered again. Wellbore didn't believe it, and Indra didn't explain much. "Okay, I'll end you soon." The man shouted, and immediately his hands were sealed, and he said silently, "Water style, water gun." Water style, water gun. The principle is to concentrate chakra on a certain part of the body, and then transform it into a water gun through nature transformation, so as to perform ninjutsu. After the man finished reciting silently, several spears made of water appeared around him in an instant. With a drink, the water spears flew over directly. "What?" After a group of children saw this scene, they screamed in shock. Boom! At this moment, in front of the middle-aged man with a hoe in his hand, a mud wall rose rapidly. Bang bang! When the water gun hit the mud wall, it instantly turned into a puddle of water. However, it was at this time that Indra fell from the sky and fell in front of the middle-aged man. "Indra!" Izuku muttered in surprise. "Well, let me tell you, it was Indra who defeated that lunatic last night," the fat man said in a deep voice. "Is it him?" Wellbore was still a little unconvinced. "It's definitely him." The fat man continued. "Judging from the ninjutsu he just released, Indra can roughly guess his strength, at most it is the uppermost point of Jonin." Boom! The man held the kunao, penetrated the mud wall, and then landed about 5 to 6 meters away from Indra. He sneered, "Is there any ninjutsu here?" Just now, because Indra released ninjutsu, no yuyin was needed, so the man didn't know who released it, so he asked this question. "Is it bad to be alive?" Indra asked in a deep voice. Speaking of adults, when is it your child's turn to interrupt? Get out of here, or I will kill you first. The man threatened Indra. You all go down, leave it to me here. Indra said to the middle-aged men behind her. Those middle-aged men were stunned, and hesitantly said to Indra, Little brother, are you okay? Indra nodded slowly, I think it would be easier than stepping on an ant to death. The middle-aged man was slightly dubious about Indra's words, but he stepped back slightly. Oh, by the way, please lend me your shovel. Indra said to a middle-aged man holding a shovel. The middle-aged man holding the shovel froze for a moment, then quickly handed the shovel to Indra's hands, and then he quickly retreated. Indra waved the shovel and said, It doesn't feel very good, but that's something that can't be helped. Little brother, don't be too arrogant. The man cursed at Indra carelessly. New books for collection, flowers. Asterisk. 37 Indra comes for more flowers. Defiant? You have to understand it this way, after all, I have never considered you a human being. As for what he considered him, Indra did not say. Even if he said it, he couldn't understand what Indra was saying, because from the time he came, Indra had regarded him as a hatred value. Little devil, you're finished, I'm angry. The man frowned, his anger rising significantly. Now he can't wait to go over immediately, smash Indra to pieces, and trample him fiercely. If anger is useful, why use strength? After Indra said calmly, she ran over with the shovel in her hand. As for Indra's speed, the man was instantly frightened, sweat dripping from his face, and subconsciously said, It's so fast. He hurriedly wanted to jump back, but suddenly it got dark, and Indra slapped his face with a shovel, and then flew upside down a few meters in an instant. Fight me, how dare you be distracted? Indra sneered, holding the shovel to her shoulders. Cough. The man staggered up from the ground. At this moment, the bridge of his nose had been flattened by Indra with a shovel, and blood poured out like a spring. He stretched out his hand, wiped it, frowned, and cursed at Indra, BD, I must kill you today. The man made a seal with his hands and shouted. Water style, water dragon bomb. After taking a breath, the man directly sprayed out a cloud of water, which instantly turned into a dragon and slammed into Indra. Fire style, great fireball technique. Indra also gasped. Great fireball technique, the principle is to gather chakra behind the throat and spray it out, like a group of great fireball, with great lethality. Although it is a sea-level ninjutsu, it depends on the strength of the releaser itself. The releaser is strong enough to still beat S-rank ninjutsu. However, the scene that Indra did not tie the seal fell into the hands of the man sneered, and thought to himself, if you want to coax me, every tie is too naive. But in the next second, Indra's mouth spit out a ball of great fireball. The fireball was huge, and after the man's water-style water dragon bomb hit the fireball, it was instantly dried up and turned into a layer of water mist in mid-air. Watching a large group of fireballs flying towards him, the man shouted, followed by a rumbling sound, burning the man to ashes. The next second, a voice came from Indra's mind. Congratulations for getting Hokage spree hatred value 1. And the one-eyed side also noticed the situation on Indra's side. What's going on? The one-eyed dragon said in a deep voice. It seems that our side was killed. Another ninja said hesitantly. What a waste. The one-eyed dragon cursed. When Jingqing and Jingmen saw this situation, he knew that he was right to suspect that the mysterious child was Indra. It seems that God still favors us. Jingmen sneered. Don't be complacent, it's not certain who dies and who lives. The one-eyed dragon gritted his teeth and said. After saying that, they fought again, and Jingmen and his group obviously had the disadvantage, because this time, the others who came were of similar strength to them. If it goes on like this, whoever can't hold on first will surely die. After killing the ninja, Indra ignored the group behind and ran towards the well-boar's house. The trip was not too far. It took a certain amount of physical strength to use the instant body technique, so Indra chose to run back. After dozens of seconds, Indra returned. He hurried towards the room and took out the sickle from under the bed. Today is a good opportunity to earn hatred points, it can't be wasted like this. Indra murmured softly, then, clenching the scythe, ran towards the door. At this moment, the well gate has received a minor injury, where the arm was obviously inserted by Kuwu, and the blood stained his blue clothes. Are you okay? Jingqing asked worriedly. Jingman gritted his teeth and said with a stiff expression, "It's okay, it's just a minor injury, it won't die." Jingqing's face also began to look a little ugly, and she said to Jingman in a deep voice, "Tell me, will we tell our fate here?" Jingman smiled bitterly and said, "Who knows? What I'm worried about now is my brother and sister, and this Murakami. Looks like I've thought of something." Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky and fell to the ground with a bang. Holding a sickle, he stood majestically in front of them at the well gate. "Indra. Ask for a wave of flowers, all kinds of requests. Asterisk. 38 Wonderful distribution kneeling for flowers. Kneeling and begging for flowers." Jingman and the others were slightly surprised when they saw Indra suddenly appear in front of them. However, this is not necessarily a bad thing for them. One person playing several people makes them feel flustered. If Indra is added at this time, the winning rate may increase. However, that was just a conjecture, because they didn't know Indra's specific strength, whether they could fight against the enemy in front of them. The little furry kid that ran over there has a long life, right? The one-eyed dragon scolded Indra. Indra turned around and said calmly to Jingqing and the others, "I'll help, how about ending them for me?" "What?" Indra's words made Jingman and the others unable to react. He had to say something hacky other than Ben, but who knew, he said such an inexplicable thing. "Well, if you don't agree, I'll leave." Seeing that they didn't answer, Indra added. He didn't want to, running over and risking his life, but in the back he got nothing, and he didn't do the business at a loss. Jingman tore off a piece of cloth on top of his clothes and asked Jingqing to help, wrapping it around his injured arm to stop the bleeding, and then slowly stood up. "The premise of the deal is that I can't guarantee that everyone will not be accidentally killed by me," Jingman said in a deep voice. "You just need not to kill all of them by mistake," Indra said in a deep voice. As for ending them, Jingman didn't know if it was Indra's interest or something else. Anyway, as long as it was beneficial to him, at this moment, he would nod in agreement. "Stinky brat, since you dare to ignore me. Come on, surround them." The one-eyed dragon frowned. Indra jumped back and stood in line with Jingman and the others, and then said, "They still have 12 people. On average, each of us will fight 4. Except for the one-eyed one who is almost as strong as Jonin, the others are basically elite Chunin, which is roughly their strength." Jingqing said calmly. "Good job, Jingqing, after fighting for a while, I found out the opponent's strength." Jingmen couldn't help but raised his thumb and praised Jingqing. "This is their apparent strength. As for whether or not we hide it, we should be careful." Jingqing asked. "Well, I see. Indra, what is your approximate strength?" Jingman asked, and at the same time he prayed inwardly. "Bless you with the level of Chunin, if you have Chunin, you can still hold on for a while. If you can delay a few people for a while, the effect will be very different for them. Even if the strength of the two of them is similar to that of the one-eyed dragon, it is still too much for the two of them to fight 6 people in front of them. I heard that you just said that the one-eyed dragon's strength is almost Jonin, and I'm probably about the same, maybe the strength has reached Jonin." Indra said calmly. After hearing this, Jingmin and Jingqing couldn't help but cast a suspicious look at Indra. Such a small person has the strength to reach Jonin? Don't say that the enemy doesn't believe it, even Jingmin and the others don't believe it. In their eyes, it is simply impossible. It is absolutely impossible for a child's strength to reach the level of Jonin. Indra, don't be brave, it's not a joke, you can try 1 and 2 first. Don't worry, we will pay attention. As long as you get the upper hand, we will come over to help as soon as possible. Jingmin asked. 1 sentence. Indra pondered for a while, then said, okay, in that case, each of you will fight 5, and I will fight 2. Indra didn't want to be brave, after all, everyone is willing to do easier work, only a fool would retort that he wants to fight 4. Come on, everyone find an opportunity to spread out, don't gather together, this will affect the performance. Jingmin shouted. Immediately after, the 3 broke through in 3 directions, and after a while, they rushed out. Hey, we went over to deal with that child, these 2 will be handed over to you. An enemy ninja said calmly. Okay, UBD, you are so good at picking, especially for the weak one, and you have to go with 3 or 4. Another ninja couldn't help but scolded. 3, it's alright. No, that kid is more than enough for 1 person. 2 are faster, this is the head office. Then you should hurry up. These 2 bastards are not that simple. Just now, the 6 of us barely managed to gain the upper hand. Before they could finish their words, suddenly, the voice of the one-eyed dragon came. BD, you don't want to mix up, do you? Arguing is a fart. Come on, the boss is mad. One ninja said, and then he and the other hurried towards Indra. Kneeling for flowers, kneeling for a monthly pass. Asterisk. 39 Sharing and copy for flowers. Ask for a wave of flowers, kneel and beg. These 2 useless wastes, it takes 2 people to deal with a child. After returning, I will clean up you. The one-eyed dragon looked at the back of his subordinates and couldn't help but scolded. After running some distance, Indra stopped, turned around, and stuck the scythe on the ground. And the 2 local ninjas who followed, about 10 meters away from Indra, also stopped and put on a relaxed look. Little devil, just give up your resistance, I promise you will die comfortably. A ninja stuck out his tongue and licked on Kunao, showing a bloodthirsty expression. That's right, if you resist, it will only make your death more painful. Another ninja sneered. For what they said, Indra just smiled, then clenched the scythe and ran straight over. Hee, resist. What a disobedient child. The enemy ninja sneered, quickly forming seals with both hands, and said, Fire style, fireballs are coming. Fire style, the fireball comes, after the caster seals, there will be 2 great fireballs in the sky, attacking from the sky. The scope of the spell is not large, but the attack power is strong, the stronger the spell casting ability, can reach 10 fireballs. Great range. Call. Above Indra's sky, 2 great fireballs suddenly appeared, and then quickly fell. Indra raised his head, his black eyes suddenly turned blood red, and the 3 Hokage turned at a high speed, and then quickly jumped out of the fireball. Attack range. What? Since he was hiding. The ninja who cast the spell couldn't help being startled by Indra's speed. Behind. A ninja shouted. At this moment, Indra appeared behind them, raised his scythe and swung it towards them. Boom. When the 2 ninjas were on the verge of death, they hurriedly used Kobo to block them, and then they were bounced off dozens of meters in an instant. They just rubbed their feet on the ground and finally stopped. And at this moment, Indra appeared in front of them again, raised the sickle, and slashed again. Boom. This time, although it was said to be blocked by Kobo, the power of the slash caused him to roll around the ground several times. A minute ago, the 2 ninjas had a relaxed expression, but at this moment, Their expressions were stiff and solemn. Before they could recover, Indra was pressing in again, not even breathing a sigh of relief. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks kept appearing with bang, bang, bang. As for the two ninjas, their faces turned hideous, and pea-sized tears appeared on their faces. Yes, they regretted it, and their hearts began to collapse. How could they not die? They chose such a crazy person. If they could choose again, they would never volunteer to choose Indra. After all, this child other than them was easy to deal with, but he didn't expect that since this would be the result. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of his companion teasing him just now and let him deal with it alone. A person? One person to deal with this child, you cow, you come. The ninja thought to himself. After a while, the two ninjas finally had a chance to catch their breath. I said, why did you bring me here? Wouldn't it be better for you to do it yourself? One ninja complained to the other. The other one couldn't help frowning, and said in a deep voice, it's unfortunate. I thought that children would be easier to deal with, but I didn't expect it to be a little scarier than those two people. It's a shame and a lot of hair loss. It's all your fault, and you have to pull me. Fire style, the fireball is coming. Indra said silently. Above the two ninjas, 5 great fireballs suddenly appeared, and they raised their heads slightly. The next moment, the corners of their mouths began to twitch. Isn't this your move? One ninja said to the other. At this moment, the ninja who originally used the fire-style fireball to descend was stunned. This ninjutsu was given to him by an elder when he became an elite genin. It is said that this ninjutsu came from the Uchiha clan. Got it by accident. He has learned it for a long time, but he can only release 2 great fireballs, but, since he can release 5 great fireballs. Not to mention that he can release 5 fireballs, now the ninja is most curious as to why he can do this ninjutsu. Ask for a wave of flowers, ask for a wave of flowers, ask for a wave of flowers, important things, say it 3 times. Asterisk. 40 Sharinan, 3 Guyu modified? Ask for collection. For this, the ninja was completely clueless. The fireball seemed to lose its ability to float in an instant, and smashed directly towards the ground. Run! The enemy ninja shouted at the other ninja. At this moment, it is absolutely impossible for them to escape, unless they can instant technique, otherwise, they will undoubtedly be hit by this ninjutsu. A bang! A stream of air quickly dissipated, and the power directly collapsed the surrounding houses, and a cloud of smoke rose directly. After this blow, those who were fighting at Jingmen couldn't help but look at the place where the explosion occurred. When the one-eyed dragon saw this scene, it was his subordinates who killed Indra. Those 2 bastards really use a knife to kill chickens. The one-eyed dragon cursed. Although he was scolding, his heart was a little excited, because it was very likely that Jingmen and the others would fall into a state of collapse. Even if they don't fall into a collapse, their spirits will be shaken to some extent. Once shaken, it will be easier to kill them. Jingmen and Jingqing's faces also became serious, because they also thought that the blow just now was used by the enemy to attack Indra. I have to say that the courage of the children in your village is commendable, but you have seen the price yourself. The one-eyed dragon sneered. BD. Jingmen tightly held the kunao in his hand, his anger reached the limit, and the kunao in his hand obviously began to tremble. You can't blame me for this. If you want to, blame you. This is the price you paid for destroying one of my eyes. The one-eyed dragon said in a deep voice. Today, even if I die here, I must let you be buried with me. Jingmen angrily roared at the one-eyed dragon. The one-eyed dragon grinned, ironing that Jingmen didn't seem to understand the situation, because now he has the upper hand. If you have the ability, try it. Jingmen shouted loudly and ran towards him, but now, they have no chance to get close to the one-eyed dragon. As soon as Jingmen ran, 4 ninjas appeared in front of him in an instant, blocking his way and giving him no chance to approach the one-eyed dragon at all. On Jingqing's side, the situation was also the same. Bang, bang, squirt. The sound of kunao touching each other is continuous, and sparks are looming. Congratulations for getting one hatred of the Hokage spree. Congratulations for getting one hatred of the Hokage spree. Hearing this voice in his head, Indra knew that the 2 ninjas were dead. Actually, it's not difficult to earn this hatred value, one person only needs 100. Indra calculated the price. As he said that, he clenched the sickle in his hand and ran towards the well door again. If you don't dare to go quickly, who knows what reason they will come up with to say that they accidentally killed it by mistake, and then it is simply a waste of these hatred points. Drip. Indra jumped up to the roof. This movement caused the fighting people to look in that direction, and the next moment, their expressions were reversed. The one-eyed dragon, who was smug at first, suddenly opened his eyes at this moment, and Kakuzu's angry mouth twitched. As for Jingmen and the others, their originally sad faces were now squeezed into a smile. What's this? What's going on? Why is this little devil still standing there? The one-eyed dragon shouted angrily. Why? The reason is very simple. Since he can stand here, it means that your subordinates have been killed. Alas, what a shame. Since 2 people beat a child, they were also killed. Jingmen shook his head. Said sarcastically towards the one-eyed dragon. Both elite Chunin's were killed by him. It is already certain that his strength is in elite Chunin, no. Because he is better than elite Chunin. Otherwise, it is impossible to eliminate 2 elite Chunins. Jingmen thought to himself. What a terrible kid. Jingmen muttered. Boss, he. At this time, a ninja gently patted the one-eyed dragon on the shoulder. The one-eyed dragon was furious, and in turn punched him in the face, and he fell to the ground instantly, covering his face. Trash, didn't you just kill 2 elite Chunin? Look how scared you are. The one-eyed dragon pointed at the ninja and scolded. It's not, boss, he has Sharingan, he belongs to the Uchiha clan. The ninja said hesitantly. Uchiha clan, your brain is broken, there will be children of the Uchiha clan here. No, boss, it's true, I saw it, I'm finished. This ninja had heard before that as long as he looked at the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, he was doomed, so he was so panicked at this moment. The one-eyed dragon looked towards Indra suspiciously. When he saw the 3 Gojade hanging in the blood-red eyes, he also began to lie. Sharingan, from the Uchiha clan, why are the Uchiha clan here? The one-eyed dragon took a few steps back. Ask for a wave of flowers, ask for a wave of monthly passes. Asterisk. 41 unexpected results for collection. Not only the one-eyed dragon was shocked, but also Jingmen and the others. He never thought that since Indra was a member of the Uchiha clan. Ignore these 2 guys for now. The whole goal is to focus on this child. We must not let him live. Otherwise, we will be finished. The one-eyed dragon ordered. The Uchiha family, but as one of the 2 most powerful families in the ninja world, the powerful strength makes other families feel fear. He knew that he had provoked a member of the Uchiha family at this moment, so if he was allowed to return alive, he would be included in the list of elimination by the Uchiha family, the consequences would be unimaginable. So at this moment, he will let his subordinates target Indra. Vengeance cannot be avenged, but the child in front of him must die. This is what the one-eyed dragon is thinking at the moment. Brush brush. Jingmen jumped with Jingqing, jumped onto the roof, and said to the one-eyed dragon with a sneer, have you forgotten that we are still there? Last time I blinded one of your eyes, but today, your destiny is to stay here. Jingqing said in a deep voice. I can write off the enmity between you and me, and I can save your entire village. I won't interfere, but the premise is that I want this child's life, and you can't interfere. The one-eyed dragon said slowly. Haha. After hearing the one-eyed dragon's words, Jingman couldn't help laughing and said, "It seems that you are occupying the top, but, in fact, it is us who have the upper hand. On the surface, the enemy is 10 people against 3 people, and they have the upper hand. Except for the one-eyed dragon whose strength is almost equal to Jonin, the others are elite Jonin. In Indra's case, Jingqing and Jingman's strength is similar to that of Cyclops. As for Indra, the strength of the two sides is similar. Although the enemy only has the strength of the one-eyed dragon to reach the same level as Jonin, but the strength is insufficient and needs to be supplemented by the number of people. Of course, the premise is that the gap between their strengths is not too big. For example, let 100 genin deal with a Jonin, the result is obvious, those 100 genin are only hanged and beaten. Therefore, in the case of filling with people, the strength gap should not be too large. The one-eyed dragon looked at the 3 of them, frowned involuntarily, and said, "Go." With an order, everyone attacked Indra and the 3 of them with kunao. Naturally, Indra and the others picked up the weapons in their hands and ran. Bang! 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 Sparks loomed again with the sound of the impact, and the ninjutsu of Wuhua 8 Gate also appeared continuously. And obviously, the one-eyed dragon no longer aimed at the well gate and them, but instead, aimed at Indra. The remaining ninjas are responsible for dragging the well gate and them. Bang, bang, bang. The one-eyed dragon keeps attacking Indra, basically, he hits and Indra counters. For a while, it was really hard to tell the difference. This kid, since he can fight on an equal footing with me, without losing the slightest, is an absolute genius. One-eyed dragon is shocked. After a certain blow collided, Indra took a few steps back, then quickly meditated. Fire style, fireballs come. Earth style, rock wall technique. Fire style, great fireball technique. In just a few seconds, Indra instantly released 3 ninjutsu, 3 great fireballs floated above the one-eyed dragon, and behind him and to the left and right, 3 thick rock walls rose up. Right in front of him, a large group of flames rushed towards him. Fighting from front, back, left and right, even the road above is blocked for me? It really refreshes my 3 views again. The one-eyed dragon frowned and muttered. Seeing the fireball in the sky and the large group of flames approaching step by step, the one-eyed dragon also made a decision at this moment. The hands quickly formed the seal, and said silently, "Sketch technique." For the one-eyed dragon, this move is basically used by those who encounter difficulties, because it consumes too much physical energy, and for him, it also consumes chakra. If he were to go far away, his own muscles would not be able to withstand this rapid movement, and paralysis would also exist. Therefore, he is rarely used, except in an emergency. The fireball descended, collided with the flame, and then instantly caused a big explosion, and the rock walls were blown into small pieces like sand flying around. Indra's Sharingan suddenly popped out of the corner of his eye, and then he quickly turned around. At this moment, the one-eyed dragon's kunao was only a few tens of centimeters away from Indra. At this critical moment, even if Indra dodged, she was bound to get hurt. Seeing this scene, the corner of the one-eyed dragon's mouth could not help but rise. Even if Indra had a Sharingan at this moment, it would be difficult to fly. But at this moment, Indra did not panic at all, instead the corners of his mouth raised. Ask for a wave of flowers. Asterisk. 42 Call my brother, brother help you for flowers. Go to hell. The one-eyed dragon shouted, and the kunao in his hand stabbed directly at Indra's throat. Chuck sound. Kunao suddenly stopped a few millimeters away from Indra, and the one-eyed dragon suddenly spit out a large mouthful of blood with a sweet throat. What's the matter? The one-eyed dragon lowered his head slightly and looked towards his abdomen. At this moment, the sickle directly penetrated his abdomen. Scythe, isn't the scythe in your hand, why did it come through behind me? When the one-eyed dragon raised his head again with difficulty, he found that the sickle in Indra's hand was bent, and it rotated half a circle to reach his back. Seeing this scene, the one-eyed dragon laughed bitterly, then coughed violently a few times, and the bright red blood kept spurting out of his mouth. At that moment, as a powerful person with almost Jonin, I should have realized that I could only scratch you. But I didn't expect that at that moment, you were thinking about killing me so much that you neglected the weapon in my hand, so that I could kill you so easily. Indra said in a deep voice. With the strength of the one-eyed dragon, as long as he didn't care at that moment, the scythe could only scare him and retreat, but the thought of killing Indra blinded his thinking. Thinking that he could kill him with one blow, he rushed forward recklessly. He didn't even look at the situation around him. All his attention was placed on the Kobo in his own hands, which is why this happened. Drink. The one-eyed dragon was still unwilling, and instantly ejected Kobo, who was only a few centimeters away from Indra's neck. At the last moment, he wanted to try his luck, but how could he escape Indra's Sharinan with this action? Indra twisted his neck, dodged easily, and then started, swinging the scythe and pulling it away from him. Stepping, swinging the scythe again, and slashing directly, it instantly became two halves. The moment the corpse fell to the ground, suddenly, a voice came from Indra's mind. Congratulations on killing a ninja and getting 10 points of hatred in the Hokage spree. 10 o'clock. Huge amount of money. Indra never imagined that the BD in front of him is worth 10 hatred points, but he is almost American Samoa strong as Jonin. If he still only has 1 hatred point, it is estimated that only Atsutsuki Kagaya is worth 20 hatred points. Worth it? 10 o'clock, conscience. Indra murmured excitedly, thinking of the gang robbers she killed before. 0.5 hatred is not a problem, since there are none. Suddenly, at this moment, there was a loud explosion not far away, and Indra slowly cast his gaze over, and at the moment, the Wellmen and the others completely dominated. Is stubbornly resisting. It seems that Jingman saw that Indra had defeated the one-eyed dragon. He was shocked at first, and then quickly recovered his calmness. He shouted at Indra, "Little brother, what are you still doing? Come and help me, I can't hold it anymore." Little brother. Indra was a little stunned. Although the body is indeed a child, the soul is an adult. Moreover, Indra herself hates being called her younger brother. But since that BD called him his little brother, no other meaning, in Indra's eyes, called the little brother more serious than the younger brother. Judging from the current situation, Jingman and the others can still hold on for a while, so at this moment, Indra couldn't help but have an idea and teased at Jingman, "Well, I don't like people calling me little brother very much. You call me big brother instead, and I'll consider helping you." Jingman's face darkened when he heard Indra's words. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, Indra used such a despicable trick. "No!" Jingman shouted. "Okay." Indra waved her hand and added, "Then you can deal with it yourself." "Okay, don't blame me if I accidentally kill you." Jingman had no choice but to use his trump card. Other than that, Indra can come to help. Who knows? Indra smiled lightly, and said, "With your current situation, you can't kill by mistake, and you don't even have the chance to fight back. Now you only have the defense. Okay, don't bother you, what are you waiting for? The time has come to think about it. After calling me big brother, I'm thinking about helping you. Brother Indra, you can't do this." Jing Qing, who was at the side, couldn't help but say something. "Oh yes, so do you," Indra added. "Ask for a wave of collections, flowers. Asterisk. 43 Indra of the Pit Man for collection." Jing Qing was stunned for a moment, dumbfounded, thinking, It turns out that what he just said didn't include himself. Damn it, if I knew it, I wouldn't have said it. Indra jumped on top of the roof, sat down, and watched the fight below silently. Indra will never go down to help until they call Big Brother, unless it is an emergency, because they are still useful to Indra to live. After a while, Jingmin and the others obviously began to lose their physical strength. There were many beads of sweat on their faces, their arms were injured, and blood was pouring out more and more. Big Brother, come and help. At this time, Jingmin finally couldn't bear it anymore and shouted. At this time, he couldn't care so much anymore, and his life was the most important thing. Indra smiled and nodded with satisfaction, and replied, "Well, okay, I'll think about it. Consider my day." At this moment, Jingmin really has the urge to kill Indra. "Didn't I just call your big brother and come to help?" Jingmin said in a deep voice. Indra waved his hands helplessly and said, "Why do you only listen to half of your obedience? Didn't I say something to think about it later? You." Jingmin was about to collapse completely. Unexpectedly, he had been dashing all his life, but now he is being played around by a child. "Don't worry, I'm thinking about it," Indra said with a chuckle. Thinking about it before coming to help. I am afraid that after you have thought about it, you will come to collect the corpse for me," Jingmin thought to himself. After a while, Jingmin held Kunao's hand, and after receiving countless attacks, he clearly began to tremble. "Brother, have you thought about it?" Jingmin urged again. "You didn't realize that the place you are standing is a little different now," Indra said calmly. "I have time to watch it there, Big Brother." Jingmin said speechlessly. He had reached the limit just by looking at the Kunao attacking him. How could he still have the energy to look at the surrounding environment? "Then take a look," Indra said. Jingmin hurriedly jumped back, obviously took a moment of time, and glanced at the ground, since the ground was yellow at the moment. "What is this?" Jingmin was stunned for a moment, and quickly looked up at the sky. At this time, 4 great fireballs were floating in the air. Looking at these fireballs, Jingmin swallowed hard. "What are you waiting for? Run, I'm going to strike," Indra shouted towards the well door. Jingmin hurriedly rolled and ran, and the same was true of the local ninjas. In fact, the enemy ninjas were already in the wrong direction when they were in front, but they didn't think much about it at the time. The 4 fireballs landed instantly, and a huge explosion sounded, forming a powerful air current. It is estimated that if the ordinary people around were attacked by this air current, they would be blown away at least tens of meters. Of course, Jingmin was no exception at this moment. Although Jingmin and Jingqing barely managed to escape, Jingqing was fine and still had the strength to suppress the airflow. But the well door was different. His arm was injured before. With the hard work he had just done, his physical strength had already been exhausted. He was directly blown away by the air current, and then descended and fell into the farmland. This fellow, is going to kill me too." Jingmin couldn't help but scolded. If he hadn't run fast just now, he would have died a long time ago. After dozens of seconds of the explosion, another voice came from Indra's mind. "Congratulations for killing a ninja, get 2 hatred points in the Hokage package." "Congratulations for killing a ninja, get 2 hatred points in the Hokage package." Yes, I easily got 4 hatred points." Although Indra was not too satisfied, it was good to have 4 points. The enemy ninja glanced at Indra with fear, but they didn't set their target on Indra. Even their boss was not Indra's opponent. If they went up, they could only die in vain. "What should I do? The boss is dead, why don't we slip away?" a ninja asked his companion for advice. Yes, we continue to fight, only for the sake of death. Do you think we can escape?" After listening to the latter sentence, everyone's brows began to wrinkle involuntarily. Since I can't escape, I simply fight with them. A ninja said in a deep voice. Yes, that's right. After the group discussed, two of the ninjas rushed towards Jingmen in an instant, because for them, only Jingmen was the weakest at the moment. Their current thinking is that they will die anyway, and if they can kill one, they will count as one. Ask for flowers, ask for a monthly pass. Asterisk. 44 I became a hero for flowers. Just as they were running towards the well gate, Indra instantly fell in front of them and said with a grin, he called me eldest brother, so if you want to kill him, pass me first. Facing Indra, the enemy ninja couldn't help but feel uneasy. He didn't speak, and he didn't mean to give in. Well, you call me grandpa, and I'll let you go. Seeing that they didn't answer, Indra added. The enemy ninja just looked at Indra with fear, but did not take any action. Indra smiled lightly, but the next moment, the smiling face suddenly disappeared, but it was replaced by a look of indifference. If that's the case, then I'll send you to hell. Indra said in a deep voice, clenching the scythe in his hand, jumping, and then waving the scythe and slashing directly. Bang! 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 The enemy ninja kept rushing towards Indra, but every time Indra was knocked back a few meters, and then swooped up again, just like the cockroaches of Immune to Death. Immediately following, a group of people quickly dodged, with 3 or 4 ninjas already prepared on the side, their hands quickly formed seals, and then released ninjutsu and flew directly towards Indra. Indra jumped towards the back, and in mid-air, he also said silently, fire style, great fireball technique. Boom! The two sides of the ninjutsu collided, and there was an explosion. In the thick smoke, suddenly, Indra came out, waved the sickle in his hand, and slashed directly. The vision in front was good, so he obviously quickly avoided it, but the one in the back was not so lucky, only to see a blackness in front of his eyes and a flash of sickle. Hey! An enemy ninja is instantly killed. Congratulations for killing a ninja, get 2 hatred points in the Hokage spree. At this moment, Indra ignored it, and quickly swung the scythe to continue attacking the next one. After a long time, the last enemy ninja finally fell to the ground. When Jing Qing saw this scene, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he also lay down, breathing heavily. Congratulations for killing a ninja, get 2 hatred points in the Hokage spree. Hearing this voice, Indra also lied down on the ground with a chuckle. In his mind, he entered the page of this Hokage spree, and the hatred value at the moment he has 34.5. Nice catch. Indra muttered. Jingmen held the arm in his hand, walked slowly to Indra's side, and complained, you're so young, it's really powerful to cheat people. Indra slowly opened her eyes, looked at the well door above, smiled lightly, and said, yes, it seems that I am also quite strong in this respect. Jingmen looked helpless, originally intended to educate him, but unexpectedly, it was regarded as a compliment by Indra. But then again, since your strength is so strong, it really taught me what it means that there are mountains outside the mountains, and there are people outside the people. Jingmen praised from the bottom of his heart. This is the first time he has seen such a powerful child, but it is, after all, it is the new generation of one of the 2 strongest families in the ninja world, how can it not be strong? Indra replied with a chuckle, it's not that I'm too strong, it's that you know too little. To be honest, if this Indra at the moment is compared to the Indra in the original book when I was a child, this Indra is obviously stronger. In the original work, Atsutsuki Indra lived in a peaceful era, and he didn't have to fight and fight. If the original Atsutsuki Indra lived in the Sengoku era, his strength would definitely start heaven-defying very early. Do you know too little? Jingmen smiled bitterly, and then continued, don't be too complacent, I just complimented you a few times. Indra smiled meaningfully, and did not refute what Jingmen said. They only knew that in the ninja world, the most powerful ones were the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. But he never thought about where the Uchiha clan came from, and where did the Senju clan come from. However, if it weren't for you today, our village would have been a near-death experience. Jingmen said softly. It's okay to say thank you, after all, each of them is for their own benefit. Indra said in a deep voice. When Jingmen heard the words, he gave Indra a deep look. But he didn't say anything. He turned around and walked over to ask about Jingqing's situation. And not long after, those people in the village hurried back after knowing the victory, and returned to the village again. From Jingmen's words, it was Indra who saved the village, and Indra immediately became their hero. New books for collection, Flowers. Asterisk. 45 Sharingan's hidden ability seeking flowers. Undoubtedly, the villagers at the moment are all talking about Indra, what to say, he was sent by God to save the village, etc. etc. Not long after, the group of children from Mitsuki and the others came to Indra's side. Indra, are you really amazing? Izuku said excitedly. Yes, yes, seeing your move, you are so handsome. The slightly fat man added. Facing their praise, Indra just smiled faintly. When I grow up, I must become a very powerful ninja, just like Indra. Izuku said firmly. Indra cast his eyes on Izuku and explained, Izuku, I will teach you a way to become a powerful ninja soon. Do you want to learn it? When a group of people heard that Indra was going to teach Izuku how to quickly become a powerful ninja, they all turned towards Indra. Indra, I want to learn too, can you teach me too? I want it too, I want it too. With me, I also want to be a powerful ninja, so that I can protect my own village. The corners of Indra's mouth raised slightly, and said, yes, you can. When everyone heard Indra say yes, they were so happy in their hearts. Speak up, speak up. Yes, I can't wait to learn. Indra grinned and said, then what are you waiting for, hurry up and prepare a high pillow, wash, and sleep. Well bore. When the group heard Indra's words, all their original joy disappeared, and they stared at Indra like this. Brother Indra, then, after sleeping. Jingyi looked at Indra and asked. Indra was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing, and said to Jingyi, then? Then dream. Jingyi nodded knowingly and said, well, I see, brother Indra. Silly sister, is Indra lying to us? Izuku said to his sister. As for Jingyi's first impression of Indra, it was pure and natural. What? Don't be silly, there are no shortcuts to ninjas, you can only work hard yourself. Indra chuckled. In Hokage's original work, when Indra had not crossed before, he also understood that even a person who can't use ninjutsu, but works hard, he can become a strong person. Rock Lee is a good proof. However, his perseverance is estimated that few people can achieve it. He has put in dozens of times more efforts than others in training from morning to night. Even if he fails again and again, he always believes that as long as he works hard enough, he can still become excellent. Ninja. How can a person with such perseverance be weak? I understand. From now on, I must study hard and become a powerful ninja. Izuku said firmly. Indra turned around, waved her hand, and said, then I'm here to congratulate you first. Indra came to the creek alone, watching her own image reflected in the water. In the blood-red eyes, Sangoyu slowly turned. In the original work, Sharingan has the ability to see through the eyes of chakra, can see the chakra veins, see through all the subtle movements and knots of the opponent, and the ability of hypnosis eyes, release illusions to control the opponent, and can also copy and see through the non-blood-bound ninja, body, and illusion. However, in the previous battle, he vaguely discovered that in addition to the three abilities in the original book, he had a Sharinan that seemed to hide another ability. That sense of wonder puzzled Indra. Indra can perceive it, however, cannot use it. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Indra's mind. Could it be that it takes Mangekyo Sharinan to cast that ability? Indra muttered suspiciously. He didn't feel this way when he used Sharinan before, but until today, when he used it again, he found that the Sharinan on his right was a little weird, and it was vaguely about to awaken some kind of ability. So when he was just fighting, he didn't use illusion. Indra sat down on the ground and muttered, "Strange, it's really too strange. Do I want to awaken an ability that I don't have in the original book?" Indra guessed that this kind of thing is not impossible. After all, in the original book, there is very little information about Indra. After fighting with his younger brother Ashura, after the defeat, the future things are basically taken away. Not much has been written about Indra. Ask for a wave of flowers, a wave of monthly passes, all kinds of requests. Asterisk. 46 Abarame and Akamika clan for flowers. So, that kind of thing is not impossible, but as for that kind of ability, whether there are the three kinds of power in the original book, Indra doesn't know that, and only when he wakes up will he know. A few days later, after Jingman's arm injury got better, Indra also followed Jingman and said that he would go to the battlefield like them. And Jingman and the others agreed. When they set off, Jingman told Indra not to use Sharinan, otherwise, the consequences would be serious. Indra naturally knows why. As one of the strongest families in the ninja world, Uchiha has formed a hatred with many families. If it is exposed at will, it is likely to lead to death. For this self-knowledge Indra still has. After walking for a few hours, Jingman took Indra along many very secret roads. Finally, after passing through a dense forest, a village appeared in front of him. "It's here, this is the village," Jingman said softly to Indra. "What a huge village, what kind of family is this?" Indra said subconsciously when she saw this huge village. "There are at least 1,000 houses in this village, and it is conceivable how huge the area is. There are two families here, the Abarame family, and the Akamika family." Wellgate explained to Indra. The Abarame family, living in the world, must sign a family that uses their own body as a nest of parasites and then controls the insect battle contract. They will not underestimate any enemy, and they can always use combat skills calmly. This is the characteristic of the Abarame family. Akamika clan, this clan is good at expansion jutsu, the members of this clan are generally fatter, so the fighting power of this clan is very strong. For these two families, how could Indra not know that after the establishment of Konoha, both of them joined Konoha village and became people of the country of fire? But what makes Indra curious is that since the Abarame clan is allied with the Akamika clan, although the two clans are not comparable to the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, they are not too weak. In here, except for Akamika and the Abarame clan, the rest are ninjas hired by them just like us, Jingman continued. "Hiring so many, are you going to beat that family?" Indra continued to ask. Jingman shook his head slightly, then laughed lightly, and said, "We don't know this. How they arrange us, we will do it. However, having said that, why would you want to go to the battlefield?" Jingman asked. Facing the well gate, Indra smiled faintly and replied, "Just like you, it's all for profit." "Benefits? What do you want as a child?" Jingman also laughed. "Whoever told you that he was young has nothing to ask for. Then tell me, what are you asking for?" Jingman teased. In the face of Jingman's ridicule, of course Indra would not tell him that he went to the battlefield just to earn hatred points. Even if he told him, he would not know what hatred points you were talking about. "How can you understand what I'm asking for?" Indra laughed. "Indeed, we certainly don't understand what a child is asking for." Jingman continued to tease. "The one who called me a kid the other day. Indra sneered in return. Jingman's face darkened, but he didn't expect Indra to tell the sadness of being trapped a few days ago. Come on, let's not talk about this, let's go, I'll take you there to greet you. Jingman changed the subject. After a while, Jingman took Indra to a vast field. At this moment, there were many people standing in the field, but these people were ninjas hired by the Abarame and Akamika tribes. Seeing Indra following behind Jingman, some ninjas started pointing fingers. Look, there's a kid here. A ninja patted a ninja beside him and said, Little devil? What is he doing here? Don't tell me, go to the battlefield like us. Another ninja couldn't help laughing. On the battlefield. After a group of people heard it, they all laughed involuntarily. Wait here, I'll talk to the Akamika clan. Jingman said softly to Indra. Indra nodded, Kaido, Then, the well-door stepped away. However, at this moment, a burly man in a white ninja suit folded his hands on his chest. With his back against the wall, he glanced at Indra and said, Little devil, do you know where this place is? The book will be out in a few days. Ask for flowers, ask for a monthly pass, ask for all kinds of requests, asterisk. 47 time is up for flowers. Indra glanced at him when he heard the prestige. Facing this man who was about 3 times his own, there was no fluctuation in his heart. What's important, I just know I'm not in the wrong place. Indra said calmly. These hired ninjas basically have a hobby, which is to bully the newcomers. If the newcomers are illiterate, they will basically be beaten. As soon as Indra finished speaking, the group burst into laughter. Little devil, you better go back, this is not where you should come, look at the weapon behind you, it is bigger than you. A ninja laughed. Because of his words, the people around laughed again. What the ninja said just now is not entirely wrong, the weapon on the back of Indra is indeed bigger than Indra. Oh, no, it should be said that it is longer than him. At this moment, the ninja leaning against the wall moved towards Indra and said with a smile, Go back. What a pity to go back, stay here and wait for us. That's right. That's right. I've never been served by anyone in my life, kid, if you stay and serve us, you will benefit from you. Another ninja teased. Indra looked at them and said blankly, Okay, who will serve you? The burly ninja closest to Indra said, Come on and beat my back. Just when Indra was about to take out the scythe at the back, suddenly, a voice came over. You need to beat your back. The burly man subconsciously said, Yes, Grandpa, I want to beat my back. Expansion Jutsu. Akamika Zhenshui formed a seal on his hands, and then his right fist swelled directly, at least 10 times larger than before. When the burly man turned his head, he was instantly taken aback. He immediately stepped back a few steps, and said hesitantly, I'm not. I'm just kidding, with a newcomer. Well. Seeing this scene, Indra immediately guessed that this guy is from the Akamika family. Swish. Akamika Genshui's right hand returned to its original state, and the burly man was relieved when he saw the scene. Just kidding, if he just stood there and took that punch, it is estimated that the bones on his back would be smashed by him. Thinking of this, the burly man swallowed hard again. You are the Indra that Jingman said. Akamika Zhenshui asked Indra softly. Indra nodded and said calmly, Well, yes, I am. Akamika Zhenshui first took a deep look at Indra, and slowly revealed a shock in his eyes. He was really suspicious that Jingman was joking with him, saying that he had the strength of Jonin. However, he didn't express his doubts, just smiled faintly at Indra and said, You can live with them temporarily. Indra nodded. After that, Akamika Zhenshui said to the group of hired ninjas, Come on, you have a new partner, let's get along well. Don't worry, we will definitely treat him like a family member. A ninja said with a smile. That's right, we will definitely treat him well." At this time, the burly man just now added another sentence. Akamika Zhenshui didn't say much. If he really had Jonan's strength as Jingman said, he wouldn't be bullied by anyone here. Therefore, he did not instruct him not to bully the newcomer as usual, and just turned around and walked in the original direction. "Hey, have you noticed that Zhenshui forgot to say something today?" a ninja asked curiously. "Is there?" "I don't know. There must be. The newcomer came, didn't he want to tell us not to bully? It stands to reason that when a child comes today, he will tell us more." The ninja continued. A ninja not far from him suddenly froze, and then gestured, "Oh, I understand, this kid must have a grudge against Akamika Zhenshui, do you think so?" "Possible." After hearing what the ninja said, everyone grinned. After a long time. During this period of time, it was somewhat unexpected for Indra, since no one came to do things. At this moment, a ninja smiled and said, "Okay, it's time." "Are you there?" the burly man asked, then stood up quickly. Immediately after, all the ninjas in this vast field stood up and walked in one direction. Indra froze for a moment, then followed in step, and at this moment, behind him, a hand grabbed him. "New books for collection, flowers. Asterisk. 48 The Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan." Indra turned his head subconsciously. At this time, a slim woman stood in front of him, her face was carved with clear features, and her pink lips were slightly raised. She was wearing a black tight-fitting ninja suit, but she still couldn't hide his hot body. She seemed to have a very attractive place by nature. Indra gave her a deep look, stunned, and asked curiously, "What? Is there something wrong?" The woman smiled at Indra and said, "Don't go, it's useless if you go." "What's the meaning?" Facing this woman, Indra couldn't react. "What are they going to do?" Indra asked. "Going to carry out the mission," the woman said softly, and then she followed the pace slowly. "Carry out a mission? It's no use for me to go." Indra suddenly became angry, joking, he came to this place just to go to the battlefield, to make money and hate points, now it's useless to tell me. Indra was too lazy to take care of so much, and followed suit. The woman in front noticed that Indra was following, turned her head, and chuckled, "Aren't you afraid of death?" "Afraid? Who is not afraid of death?" Indra said calmly. "I'm afraid of death, so I don't go back. I didn't need to go to the battlefield so soon," the woman explained. "I'm sorry, I came here only to go to the battlefield." Indra sneered. Hearing this, the woman glanced at Indra, smiled slightly, and didn't say anything. She thought it was just a decision made by Indra when her brain was hot. In her eyes, this type of person generally has to realize what death is before they are afraid. Chatting along the way, Indra also knew about the mission this time. They were ordered to attack the Hyuga clan, who were stationed dozens of kilometers away from them, and the hired ninjas had basically gone out. As for Jingman and Jingqing, they seemed to have another mission, so they did not participate in the mission of destroying the Hyuga clan. On the way, Indra also learned the name of the woman. Her name is Xiaoying. She doesn't know what family she belongs to. She knows that she has been adopted since she was a child. Xiaoying is gone. Not long after, Xiaoying took Indra to a hidden mountain, and under the mountain, more than 20 tents were stationed, presumably because they belonged to the Hyuga family. The ninjas who came first saw Indra coming, and couldn't help laughing at Indra again. "Little devil, didn't anyone tell you that you can go anywhere?" a ninja chuckled. "Let me tell you in advance, we're not used to protecting anyone," said another ninja. "That's right, wait, don't freak out." Indra glanced at him calmly. If he wasn't on the mountain at the moment, he would have been discovered by the Hyuga clan below, and he hurriedly took the sickle and slashed at them. Come on, are you embarrassed? Such an old man bullies a child. Xiaoying added a sentence at this time, and after speaking, she stroked Indra's head again and said softly, "Don't be afraid, sister is here, sister protects you." Indra was a little speechless, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the body of Indra at the moment was a child. Although the body was a child, the mind was an adult. Okay, let's talk about that sentence behind you. I don't care about you calling me a child. Indra said to Xiaoying with a meaningful smile. Xiaoying pouted and looked at Indra. Hey, did my sister say something wrong? Aren't you a child? Just as Xiaoying's voice fell, suddenly, there was a soft shout from a man. Look, there is a situation, the Hyoga clan below is fighting. A man who was observing in front said. Fight. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and quickly took a few steps forward. At first glance, it was really the Hyoga clan that didn't know which clan was fighting. That family pattern belongs to the Uchiha clan. A ninja instantly recognized the symbol of the Uchiha clan. Suddenly, everyone didn't dare to act rashly. After all, the Uchiha clan was not something they could afford, and their mission today was just to come and destroy the Hyoga clan stationed here. If it is said that the people of the Uchiha clan killed the Hyoga clan, wouldn't it be better, they can complete the task without going out on their own at all. When Indra saw the lollipop-like sign behind them, he also determined that they were the Uchiha family, but Indra never imagined that since he saw the Uchiha family below and there were still 2 children. They are all the same age. Wrote a side story of Indra. If you like it, you can take a look, it is in the above sub-volume. Ask for flowers, ask for a monthly pass. Asterisk. 49, crazy earning hate points. As for who, Indra doesn't know. God helps us. A ninja said excitedly. Xiaoying turned around, sat on a small rock, and said, Indeed, the appearance of the Uchiha clan, whether it is the victory of the Uchiha clan or the victory of the Hyoga clan, is very beneficial to us. The burly man sneered and continued, That's right, even if the Uchiha clan loses, it will certainly damage many soldiers of the Hyoga clan. We will be at the top, and the result can be imagined. It's cheap. Suddenly, I don't know who came. What if it was the victory of the Uchiha clan? Everyone was stunned for a while, and they all heard the news and looked around. At this moment, it was a relatively thin man who said this. When he saw a group of people, he suddenly lied and looked a little ugly. Are you an idiot? Our mission today is to kill the Hyoga clan who are stationed here. The Uchiha clan was killed and helped us a lot, so why don't we go down and FK him? Are you saying that the Uchiha family is so easy to mess with? The burly man glanced at the thin man. The skinny man immediately started to fight, and swallowed hard, obviously, white. But this result is not good for Indra. The purpose of his coming to the battlefield is to earn hatred points. If he can't earn it, why would he be riding a horse? Indra slowly took a step forward and observed the situation below. There were about 20 people in the Uchiha clan, and about 20 to 30 people in the Hyoga clan who had walked out of the tent. But if there is anyone in the tent, if the Sharingan is not turned on, it will be difficult to observe. Tent. Indra seemed to suddenly think of something. I remembered that when I first arrived, when I was concentric with Senju Hashirama, I passed by their tent. At that time, there were many seriously injured people lying in their tent. Will there be any casualties in the Hyoga clan? If so, there is absolutely nothing better in the world than this. Indra muttered. Then he slowly took a few steps back and dropped a sentence, in this case, I'm not interested anymore, I'm going back. When the group heard what Indra said, they thought he was scared and wanted to go back, and started laughing again. Little devil, this hasn't even started yet, you're going back. It's probably scary, ha ha ha. What are you afraid of? Didn't Xiaoying say she would protect her? Indra's face changed, she turned her head, and said in a deep voice, I'm talking nonsense, I've ed you. For some unknown reason, the group was suddenly taken aback by Indra's aura, and they were stunned for a while. Indra went over and kept walking, and when they got out of sight, Indra slid down the path towards the back of the tent. Since the Uchiha clan in the front and the Hyuga clan were fighting, it was normal that no one was guarding them. Indra sneaked into a tent, but he was a little disappointed. Although the tent was big, it was empty. Didn't they evacuate here after the war? Indra thought. If it is said that it was evacuated after the battle, there must be wounded, but if it is said to have just set off here, it is obvious that there must be no wounded. Could it be that he was so unlucky to meet someone who had just come to station here? Indra stroked her forehead involuntarily. At this moment, the scythe behind Indra's back jumped a few times. The sickle pointed to another tent. Are you going to tell me that the injured person is in another tent? Indra asked curiously. The next scene made Indra smile bitterly. The sickle blade was bent, then returned to its original shape, and then bent and returned to its original shape. Are you nodding to me? Indra chuckled. After all, Indra slowly walked towards another tent. Sure enough, there were actually several ninjas lying in this tent. Their abdomens were basically wrapped with white bandages, and the bright red blood had dyed the bandages red. When those ninjas lying down saw Indra, they couldn't help but fight, frowning and asking Indra, You? Who are you? Indra didn't talk nonsense to him either, grinned and swung the scythe in his hand and slashed. Congratulations for killing a ninja to get 5 hatred points in the Hokage spree. Congratulations for killing a ninja to get 2 hatred points in the Hokage spree. Congratulations for killing a ninja to get 5 hatred points in the Hokage spree. The book hits shelves Monday night, early Tuesday morning. 10 updates are on the shelves. Asterisk. 50 the fourth ability for collection. Hearing this voice in his head, Indra secretly rejoiced, this is totally a benefit. In the past, he fought desperately to get a little hatred, but now, without any effort, the hatred obtained is even more than before. Many. After killing one tent, Indra ran towards the other tent, without saying a word, just started. 50 hate points. 60 hate points. 80 hate points. 90 hate value. In just a few minutes, Indra added the original hatred value, and already had 90 hatred points only 10 points away. The first task can be said to be completed. There are still 3 tents. If there are people in all 3, I believe it will be enough for 100 hatred points. Indra muttered, and then moved towards one of the tents. He gently opened the tent's curtain, and the situation inside was reflected in Indra's eyes. The next moment, Indra, who was originally smiling, looked alert for a moment, put her hands behind her back, clenched her scythe, and was ready to fight at any time. Because at this moment, in the tent, since there were several Hyuga clansmen who were only slightly injured, they were just about to go out to fight, and when they saw Indra, they also became vigilant. Who are you? A Hyuga clan asked Indra. Indra didn't talk nonsense to them either, clenching the scythe in his hand, just a split. Shoo! With a swoosh, the entire white tent suddenly collapsed, and then, in the white cloth, suddenly, Indra and the others poured out. Don't look, this kid belongs to the Uchiha clan. A ninja said in a deep voice. Yes, kill him. After that, a Hyuga man's eyes focused, the muscles around his eyes were erect, and he jumped in an instant, rushing towards Indra, while gesturing, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Gentle Fist Law 8 trigrams 64 palms, Hyuga style oral secret, attacks on 64 points to seal the opponent's chakra and release it. It belongs to acupuncture, that is, causing meridian damage to the opponent, type of attack, and its high-speed continuous attack is enough to penetrate the tree. Man waving hand. 4 palms. In the face of this man's attack, Indra didn't plan to hide his strength. If he was not careful, he could be fatally injured. Sherinan, open. Indra said silently. The black eyes suddenly turned blood red, and the 3 Hokage slowly turned. Using Sherinan as an aid, he avoided the man's 4 palms. It really is from the Uchiha family. At such a young age, Sherinan has reached Sangoyu. The man snorted coldly, and then said, "Let's see if you can resist my attack next." After all, the man's speed was a little faster again. 8 palms. 16 palms. With an air current from the palm of the hand, Indra kept stepping back and forth. The Hyuga clan was indeed a master of the martial arts genre, and their speed was extremely fast. Indra's eyes kept shaking from side to side. A little bit of skill, then I'll show you the faster speed. 32 palms. 64 palms. After the man said, his hands seemed to have turned into dozens, and his palms hit Indra's acupoints, trying to damage Indra's meridians. Cold sweat broke out on Indra's cheeks, and her figure changed rapidly. It's over, I can't escape this palm. Indra thought to herself. The corners of the man's mouth raised slightly, and he also knew that his palm would definitely hit him. At this critical moment, Indra's pupils were exaggerated, and at that moment, no one noticed that the 3 Tomo Sherinan on Indra's right suddenly changed. Originally, the eyes were blood red and Sangujade was black, but at this moment, Sangujade suddenly turned white. Go to hell! The Hyuga clan man shouted. If the blow was hit, it is estimated that Indra's sternum would be shattered. Call. The next moment, something that made everyone puzzled happened. The Hyuga family slapped the last palm directly in, but Indra was puzzled and didn't feel any sense at all. After the man finished this palm, he jumped back, a distance away from Indra. After the man landed, a pea-sized teardrop appeared on his cheek instantly, and he said in surprise, "What the hell is going on?" since it has no effect on him. Not only the men of the Hyuga clan were surprised, but even Indra felt incredible. At that moment, he felt that the 4th ability hidden in Sherinan appeared. However, that kind of rush is only for a moment, and now there is no such feeling at this moment. The book is on the shelves tonight, and after it is on the shelves, it will be guaranteed for 10 days on the same day. Asterisk.